You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tropical storm Ida is strengthening as it reaches the coast of Cuba this afternoon. It's just past 6 p.m. here at Force 13 HQ, midday Central Time, and 1 p.m. on the US East Coast. Ida is probably about to become a hurricane, certainly on the cusp of it right now, and as we know, it doesn't really need much of an introduction that this could be a very substantial tropical cyclone as it goes on to affect other locations along the Gulf of Mexico, and we will be discussing that at length on our coverage today. At this point, we're not even sure how long we're going to run for in this coverage. We may well go continuously for the foreseeable, like we did during Hurricane Matthew, because we can't really understate how significant this storm could become. My name's Nathan Foy. I myself haven't been back here long. I was away for a couple of days, but I'm back in the studio now, so my team probably know a lot more about the storm than I do at this moment, but I imagine that I'm going to be filled in gradually as we go along here during our hours of coverage. I'm joined in this hour by Ethan, Alex, Dimitri, Joey, and Xavier. Good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I just want to come in with some breaking news. Louisiana Evacuations have been issued. Voluntary evacuations for Orleans Parish, mandatory outside of levee system, including Irish Bayou, Venetian Isles, and Lake Catherine. Mandatory evacuations of Plaquemines Parish, east of East Bank, West Bank of Plaquemines Parish, and voluntary Oakville to Phillips 66 Refinery. So those are evacuations that have just come out from the Louisiana Emergency Management.
We'll stay with Ethan because you're showing us some of the forecast information, the latest Force 13 cone.
Yeah, this is the latest cone that I made earlier this morning. This is about during the time now 4 hours ago that I made this forecast cone. This was bearing in mind that the storm headwinds of 60 miles per hour. It's probably around a 70 to 75, maybe a little bit higher than that right now. So this storm, I've noticed is consistently going ahead of schedule, which is quite concerning to say the least. And my forecast cone here did call for a forecast peak of 125 miles per hour, and it would not surprise me if that rises over the next coming days. And if I had to guess, we're probably going to see a Category 4 peak out of this.
Now, at the bottom of our screen, we're rolling along all of the information for locations that may be affected by the storm. Latest model output was showing in the region of maybe 16 inches plus in some of the worst affected areas that we're expecting across the coast of Louisiana, along with, of course, very strong winds. Let's talk to Alex. What are your thoughts on the storm? First of all, its potential and what it's doing right now.
To start off, we've heard from Recon messages that this has an eye underneath. It's called cloud cover, likely CDO as well right now. That's this large cold cloud cover you see surrounding the center of the storm. And its environment is still pretty conducive and is increasingly getting favorable for continued rapid intensification phase, and especially the Gulf of Mexico needs its eyes. All models show the storm intensifying into a major hurricane, and I wouldn't be surprised a Cat 4 is going to occur maybe even in the mid-Gulf before landfall. And yeah, what I've seen on simulated satellites of multiple models as well is it landfalls right to the west of New Orleans, southwest of New Orleans, which is not the best location we would want it to landfall, because it would force surge right into yeah, right into the area.
Now, a lot of people who are joining us today might be coming in with questions about how are we so confident that the storm is going to intensify that much. I mean, I guess just flippantly you could just give them the answer, look at it already, nearly a hurricane right now, but more of a scientific explanation. What makes the team so sure on that?
Well, I guess one thing is that we can look at the ongoing sea surface temperatures right now in the Gulf of Mexico. Right now, the storm is under, I think, sea surface temperatures around 25 to 26 degrees, probably a little bit higher than that. I'm actually pulling it up right now. Yeah, 29 Celsius actually under the storm right now. It increases to 30 as it gets into, I guess, near Cuba, but those numbers rapidly increase as it goes into the Gulf of Mexico. And once the system gets in the Gulf of Mexico, it has 30-degree waters with it until it gets near the Gulf Coast, where they increase even further up to 31 to 32 degrees Celsius. So sea surface temperatures are not going to be an issue for this storm at all. In addition, we also have low wind shear that helps. High wind shear helps disrupt tropical cyclones, and that's changing with wind direction with height. And that wind shear values are low in the Gulf of Mexico, around 5 knots, even lower probably. Right now, over the storm right now, it's about 20 to 25 knots, but this isn't helping the storm at all because the there are several other factors that are helping mitigate that effect, and we're seeing some intensification.
Yeah, and also the sheer time scale it's going to be over the Gulf. It's going to be about 3 days. And just for context, every single storm that has made a Category 5 landfall on the United States ever in the history we recorded has been a tropical storm 3 days prior to its Category 5 landfall. So when it's 3 days over the Gulf, the ceiling is very high, and with low wind shear, a amazingly intense looking equatorial outflow channel on the models, and also these very high sea surface temperatures, as Ethan pointed out. It's pretty likely that we're going to see a significant hurricane by the time it makes landfall in Louisiana.
Now that's the voice of Noah. You're also joining us, and you just before we went to air, you were sold that this was now a hurricane.
Yeah, we had a Recon plane just went in and found flight level winds of 74 knots, and this Recon was at 700 millibar, and converting 700 millibar to surface is you do the 700 millibar wind times 0.9, so that gets a surface wind of 66 knots, which would round down to 65, which is a low-end hurricane intensity. And also the plane has found likely pressures in the upper 980s, with extrapolated pressure, I think, down to 989 millibars.
So do we reckon the National Hurricane Center will go with that when they do their intermediate update?
I would actually support Nathan that right now, according to Devin, just right now, he said that this would be that he would run with an intensity of 80 miles per hour,
Wow.
97 millibars. I'd have to agree with him. I think that the NHC should issue a special statement and in lieu of their scheduled intermediate advisory, instead they should run with a special advisory, given that their 12-hour point, which was for, I believe, tomorrow morning. Just pull up the forecast here. Yes, it was actually for 8 p.m. tonight. They did forecast 8 p.m. Eastern time. They did forecast the storm to have winds of 65 knots, that's 75 miles per hour. But that was inland over Cuba, and it's already gotten winds, it seems, near 80. So it's quite early on. So this is moving ahead of schedule, and I think that a special advisory would help trend up the forecast a little bit.
And sometimes they can do special forecast advisories at the intermediate. I'm not sure whether they'll do that. It's possible if they up it as much as 80 miles per hour, but they will. We expect that they will do the next proper forecast at the full advisory, which will be at what time is that again? That's 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m.
That's due in
Central.
4 hours.
Yeah. As always, we'll be able to take your questions live on the air. That's part of what we pride ourselves on in coverage, especially during important times like this. We've done that kind of thing through all kinds of big hurricanes now in the past. Matthew was probably our first big one. Harvey, Irma, Florence, Dorian, and of course the many hurricanes of 2020. But we'll be here for you again during this storm. So start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up big and bright for us in the chat section. I was just cycling through some imagery earlier, and we could probably go back again to it now. Just an ultra close-up of the storm. This is visible imagery looking right over the Isle of Youth. Have we got a fix on the storm and how close it is to that island? It must be very close by this stage.
I'm not entirely sure how close it is to the island. I imagine it's pretty close.
I think I can get a rough number estimate when I be looking at radar. No, maybe I can sort that out in a minute.
But once again, we're looking at this right now. This is the infrared view, looking very close up there. Among a lot of views that we've got lined up here, there again is the COD imagery showing you the general region. And if you want us to pull right out, you can take a look at the whole Atlantic picture right now, where there are 3 areas of interest if you include Tropical Storm Ida. 97L is the northerly one, isn't it? And 98 is down in the tropical region of the central Atlantic. You can see both of them out there. We'll be watching those too. And of course Ida on the left hand side. Looks like there was a little imagery outage there. Night magically turned
Breaking
into
news,
day.
hurricane from NHC. NHC has called hurricane. They have said Ida is strengthened into a hurricane as it nears the Isle of Youth. Data from an Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that Ida has strengthened into a hurricane as it approaches the Isle of Youth, Cuba. The maximum sustained winds are estimated to be 75 miles per hour with higher gusts. A sustained wind of 44 miles per hour and a gust of 60 miles per hour were recently reported on Cayo Largo in Cuba. As of 1 p.m., the storm was located 30 miles east-southeast of the Isle of Youth, with maximum sustained winds of 75 miles per hour and a pressure of 987 millibars.
So they did pull out the special update. And
I don't know if they'll be issuing a special advisory now.
oh. So where have you got that information?
They just issued an update statement.
All right, yes,
Right.
they are different things. Yeah, so the update statement from 1:15 actually. What have they done there? Something's gone wonky with the time. Hold on. Oh, we're looking at the last tropical. Okay, I'm looking at some old advisory that hasn't yet updated. That's what happens if you click on the National Hurricane Center link too soon. I think you guys might be seeing what I'm seeing. When Ida first became a tropical storm, they did an update statement for that as well. We'll update our bottom sliders shortly, but I'm pretty sure that is confirmed information about Ida being a hurricane. Yep. So 75 miles per hour, pressure of 987, moving northwest at 15 miles per hour. Any comments from the team, particularly anyone who hasn't spoken yet?
Yeah, this is definitely what we hoped would not happen. Of course, we were discussing in the live tropical weather bulletin last night that really the organization that would have before it gets to Cuba would pretty much determine the end game once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Of course, a more disorganized system would have led to, less strengthening in the Gulf of Mexico. And if we were looking at a hurricane before Cuba, then we had a significant problem on our hands. And looking at the fact that we now have a hurricane on our hands, this is a giant problem, unfortunately. Um, and as someone who was relatively conservative with many of my forecasts and predictions for things, and the fact that, I'm even forecasting potentially Category 4 out of this, I'm extraordinarily worried for those who are watching in the Gulf Coast. If you are in Louisiana, Mississippi, even across areas that are just in the hurricane watch and tropical storm watch in general, you definitely need to be preparing for this, definitely need to be watching this. Definitely the biggest storm that we've seen so far this year, and it comes just days after we already had our first major of the year. Of course, we already dealt with Grace and all, so just not good news at all with how Ida has been performing the last few hours.
So Xavier, with you saying that you tend to underestimate storms when they intensify, or forecast, being conservative and all that, what makes you so confident that it will reach Category 3 or 4 strength?
I mean, pretty much what we discussed earlier. It's like we're talking about a lot of environmental conditions that would favor such. You've had the National Hurricane Center gone right from the beginning of the storm saying life-threatening all the way from Advisory 1. You had them predicting rapid intensification explicitly from Advisory 1. You have some really good sea surface temperatures. You have really good wind shear because there's not going to be much at all. You've had the fact that this has been organizing much further than expected in the Caribbean. And then, of course, this is going to be going in some very high oceanic heat content, which, of course, is another good factor. So everything is just in line for this system to rapidly intensify before it makes landfall on Sunday night.
I just would like to cut in real quick two things. Our lead cyclone analyst, Devin, has called out that we will be upgrading Ida to a hurricane as well, and we'll be running with an intensity of 80 miles per hour, 987 millibars. That's just in from Devin. And another thing that I want to talk about real quick, if you don't mind, Nathan, is I'm sure that you've got the Ida cone somewhere on your screen there, Nathan, I'm sure. If you could pull that up, I'd just like to make out a point that
Let's try and find that again.
As the storm is going to near the Louisiana coast, I know that a lot of people are focusing on the wind and storm surge aspect of things, but flooding is going to be an absolutely massive concern with this. Because
Yeah.
right now, the storm is moving at a pretty brisk pace. It's moving around 10 to 15 miles per hour, I think, around there. And given that the storm is forecast to slow down, it probably move around 5 miles per hour, maybe even a little bit less as it makes landfall. We're going to have a lot of rainfall concern with this in areas like southeastern Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and into, unfortunately, portions of Tennessee. They don't need flooding up in Tennessee. They just had a big flooding event up there. They don't need even more rainfall up there. The Weather Prediction Center does have a moderate risk of excessive rainfall out for their day 3 outlook for southeastern Mississippi and extreme southern Mississippi. So it's a good thing that they already have that out. That'll probably get upgraded to a high risk later down the line. Would not surprise me. But we've got this neat little graphic showing the day 1 to 5 rainfall forecast. And look at all of this red area. This is red area of 10 to 15 inches of rainfall. You've even got a little area south of New Orleans for 15 to 20 inches. That is a lot of rainfall. So that is certainly going to lead to a lot of flooding. A lot of problems are going to happen, and a lot of people are going to be caught off guard by this because they're focusing on the wind and surge aspect of things.
That's quite interesting how it has the higher amounts of rainfall tend to expand and widen out there at the landfall point. Any particular reason for that?
That's actually pretty interesting.
It's just something that caught my eye there.
That is quite interesting.
Might it be that the storm is slowing down so much that in the immediate right and left of the storm with the bands, they're expecting more rain than would usually
Got to
fall
break in
right and
here.
left of the center.
The National Hurricane Center has just issued their tropical weather outlook. They are giving the area of interest, I forget what the invest number is, east of Bermuda. They have
It's
downgraded
97
that
now.
to 40% in 48 hours and 60% in 5 days. Invest 97L, I think that's the one out in the main development region, that is up to
No, you got this
80%
wrong.
in both. Whatever the
Uh,
invest number is. But the area of interest in the main development region, that is now at 80% in both 48 hours and 5 days. And there is a new area of interest for a
No.
tropical wave emerging off of the coast of Africa that the National Hurricane Center is giving 20% in 5 days.
So clarifying the changes there, in terms of the grand scheme of things, the chance for 97L did not decrease at all. It was only for the 2 days that went down 10%. It remained 60% just like the last outlook. And the only thing that changed with 98L was the 2-day percent chance. It was already at 80% before. The 2-day chance has gone from 70 to 80 though. And then of course we now have that AOI because clearly we didn't have enough already.
The
That's not
NHC do note
01, Elvin, right?
the NHC do note that they are that a tropical depression is likely to form out of 98L tonight or tomorrow, and they do note also that stronger up-level winds and slightly cooler waters are forecast to make the system quite short-lived as it moves off towards the north.
Yeah, this new area of interest is not surprising. We have been seeing constantly in the ensembles that there is something brewing off the coast of Africa in a few days. Potentially, when you looked at the recent Euro runs the last few days, a hurricane in the main development region. But just to say now, it's likely that this potential storm would recurve out to sea because there's a lot of low pressure in the in the northwestern Atlantic where it would track to.
Just to get an idea of where we are with Ida, of course, people from Colorado State University, specifically Philip Cloudspeck, typically comes in and shares where we are in terms of the analytics of things. Of course, Ida is now the 4th Atlantic hurricane so far this season, and only 6 other years in the satellite era since 1966 had 4 hurricanes by August 27th. Those years were 1966, 1995, 1996, 2004, 2005, and 2020. And the only year that wasn't a hyperactive season based on the NOAA definition for such was 1966. So that isn't exactly good news there.
I just want to also note out with this upgrade to Hurricane, 24 hours ago, the system was only with winds of 30 knots. So assuming that even the NHC's estimate of 65 knots, that Ida now meets the criteria for rapid intensification in the past 24 hours.
Third system to do that this year as well.
Let's take a couple of questions. There was a few earlier when I first announced it. Will Ida weaken over Cuba is the first question.
Yes.
Not much.
Maybe it probably will, but it probably weaken maybe 5-10 miles per hour tops. Not much at all.
Okay, so general consensus is not much. Another question, do you think if Ida goes over the loop current it can reach 150 miles per hour?
Yes.
It could do that
This-
without even going over the loop current, honestly.
Yeah, that is a consideration, honestly.
And with the storm entering the Gulf of Mexico, the upper ceiling for the storm is practically through the roof. It's really high. It's Category 5 and above for the maximum intensity this could achieve. And also, if it doesn't track over the loop current, there's a lot of deep warm water, even away from the loop current of the Gulf of Mexico. So it's really likely to strengthen a lot, and we could easily be seeing a Category 4 by the time of landfall.
Unfortunately, this is looking like a little bit worse of a situation than I initially thought. If we're already looking at, of course, our analysis now has it at 80 miles an hour. And with the Gulf of Mexico just sitting there waiting for it to thrive in, we're really looking at a very significant situation ongoing. So those who are watching us from the Gulf Coast, you need to prepare. Hurricane watches and tropical storm watches have already been issued, as well as storm surge watches. This is the time you need to be making sure that you prepare, if you haven't already. The time pretty much runs out tomorrow night because conditions, of course, are going to start deteriorating Sunday, and this will be making landfall Sunday night.
The one thing I want to note here is that the models for all of this is pretty consistent. Like, all the models are pretty consistently stating, like, it could be hitting Louisiana. Those model, of course, things can change. So 3 days out from a potential landfall in the Gulf Coast, but I think the models are really consistent, and that is another reason to take this thing seriously. You gotta take Iowa seriously here.
So if you've just joined us, the information is that Ida has reached hurricane status. So already we're dealing with a hurricane, and it hasn't even passed over the coast of Cuba yet. It looks on satellite imagery as though it's literally making landfall on the Isle of Youth. I don't know if we have any more information on that, but certainly by satellite appearances, it looks like that is going on right now. And we have plenty more questions, I think. Keep sending them in. Alexia Taylor says, what was the strongest storm that hit New Orleans?
I'm not entirely sure on that, but I imagine Camille's up there.
Didn't make landfall in New Orleans, though.
You got close. There's never really been a storm that's gone directly over New Orleans, made directly landfall over New Orleans. I know that Zeta last year didn't move over that.
And the worst hurricane that hit New Orleans is obviously either there's a close tie between, of course, Katrina, obviously, and then the Great New Orleans Hurricane 1812. But more in terms of recent memory, of course, Katrina takes the cake by far.
Quite a few more questions as well. Do we have the probabilities for each category for Ida? If so, what are they? We used to do that on our bottom bar. It's not so much that it's just something that doesn't appear there anymore. I'm not sure why. I might be able to get some answers for you for that soon. I will not forget about it. Will Ida explosively intensify? Another question there.
Well, explosive intensification is not an official term, but I think the NHC does explicitly forecast rapid intensification in the Gulf of Mexico. I don't know what for you explosive intensification would be, but there's of course the possibility that the rate of rapid intensification exceeds the NHC forecast, as many of our members are thinking. Category 4 system.
And is there any chance that this storm could suddenly weaken like Delta? Good question.
But that'll only broaden its wind field, and that'll only make the impacts go further out. So.
Yeah, and
either way.
We also had a question from James Gentry earlier. Thank you very much for your support, by the way. It helps us make our coverage even better all the time, and that's why we continue to improve in our 10th year of operation. With it forecasting to peak around landfall and possibly being closer to New Orleans, could Ida cause worse flooding than Katrina? That is a bold question to ask, I guess.
After 2005, of course, New Orleans was devastated by Katrina, so there were a lot of adjustments that were made in order to help New Orleans be better in terms of the situation between the levees and all. So I would think that they'd be better prepared with storms like this, of course. But regardless, of course, we're still dealing with the Category 3 making landfall, and levees are still going to be, in danger, and that's why we already have some of those mandatory evacuations going out right now. But to say if it's going to be worse than Katrina, it's really not something that can be answered, of course, because this is still an evolving forecast, and if things continue to get slower, then I really don't know. I wouldn't want to compare things to, some of the worst hurricanes in history, because I don't want to, say that it's going to be near that level, and of course, then we have a whole bunch of, fear mongering or something like that. It's a very delicate situation that needs to be handled very carefully when it comes to things like that.
It all comes down to those levies and whether those will hold. We are nearly like what 16 years since Katrina. I think the anniversary of its landfall in New Orleans was around on I think August 29th. So we're near like what 16 years. This is I don't know how good things have gotten when it comes to those levies over the last 16 years, but if they have, it all comes down to how much they have improved. Because if those levees
Yeah.
fail, we have serious trouble.
And also, Katrina was absolutely massive in size, which is unlikely for Ida to be. It's unlikely to be this huge hurricane that literally fills up the entire Gulf. And Katrina, because of its extremely large hurricane wind field, generated storm surge near absolute record levels of up to 32 feet near Gulfport. So I'm not expecting this storm to blow up so massively in size and produce 32 feet of storm surge in the Gulf Coast.
Looking at a wide visible shot once again of the storm. It's all displaced really to the northern side, isn't it? All the banding still looks pretty mean, but any reason why the southern side has all the clearer areas way south of it?
Sure. So there is a small trough. There is a trough. You can see this with I think you would be able to see that on the visible imagery. That some outflow on the northwestern side is more exacted towards the northeast, and also some of the thunderstorms at the western side of the storm in the upper seem to shear off towards the storm. So there's about 10 to 15 knots of southwesterly shear impinging on the storm's circulation, which is clearing out this whole western and southern side and displacing much of the banding towards the north. This shear is expected to weaken in the Gulf of Mexico, and the environment is expected to become even more favorable. Clearly, the shear hasn't had a big impact on the storm in terms of limiting its intensification, as we had rapid intensification criteria met just by the hurricane update.
All right, let's take some more questions. They are flooding in, quite a lot of them, so it is very possible that we'll miss some. Will there be a big tornado threat?
I can go over this one. Tornado threat, while not particularly large, it will still be there. But I know that the SPC does have a day 3 marginal risk out for the Louisiana coastline. Some cities under that marginal risk do include New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Alexandria just on the outside of it, New Iberia, Houma, Hammond, and that also extends over towards Mobile, Alabama, and Jackson, Mississippi as well. So certainly isolated tornadoes appear possible, and that'll probably go up to a level 2 slight risk at some point.
The more we look at it and the more I sit down and think about it, it does remind us a lot of the track of Camille, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, really does.
The result.
Now,
And also there we
Hurricane
have some-
Camille occurred just over 50 years ago, was an extremely powerful Atlantic hurricane occurring in mid-August, reached Category 5 status. Did it do it twice in the end, even after reanalysis?
Yes. Yes.
And made landfall in, I think, Mississippi.
At
Yeah.
peak, 175.
175, 900 millibars.
That was a really enormous storm in terms of impact.
The intermediate advisory is out not on Ida but on Nora.
Ah, Nora. Now, we haven't even mentioned this yet. Let's just scoot over to the imagery of the Eastern Pacific. Nora's over there. You can see it there spinning around, causing impacts, or soon to cause impacts, to the coast of Mexico. Ethan?
I don't have the intermediate advisory on Nora, but I guess in the meantime.
Oh, I thought
can
you
go
did.
over- it's out. It's just the
I have
Nora
it.
products are delayed. What's the information?
Nora's turning to the northwest, 50 miles per hour. Oh no, that is the old one. I'm sorry. How do you know it's out then? You're confusing me
Twitter.
now, Ethan.
Twitter.
Oh, okay. Twitter's saying so.
But I can tell you that the NHC are saying rain bands from Nora continue to spread onshore the coast of southwestern Mexico. Flash floods and mudslides possible through the weekend. As of the, I'll go ahead and read off the public advisory that was issued 3 hours ago. They were getting at winds of 50 miles per hour and a pressure of 97 millibars. A hurricane watch is in effect for Lazaro Cardenas to Cabo Corrientes in Mexico. A tropical storm warning is also in effect for Tecpan de Glena to San Blas in Mexico. And a tropical storm watch is also in effect for northern San Blas to Mazatlan in Mexico. I'm not sure if the NHC have changed any of their values in the intermediate advisory, but I'm sure we'll have that information as soon as it comes out.
Well, you should probably hold off until the information appears in front of your eyes next time, Ethan. We still don't have that info here just yet. And we'll wait and see what Ida produces at the intermediate advisory as well. That's going to be in the next 20 minutes. Considering they did an update statement at 1:15 Eastern time, they will probably be a little bit later with the intermediate advisory. That is to say, usually they're quite early compared to their schedule. They'll probably be pretty much on the dot. Now, another question. Why isn't storm surge factored in the CDPS scale?
Because usually you have the wind field as well as the the storm size as well as the intensity of the storm that kind of factors into storm surge. So
Yeah, storm size is the most important factor when it comes to storm surge.
That is a good point. And why, this is a question from Connor Campbell, why do all of the models have Ida's intensification plateauing before landfall?
probably. So at least from what I'm seeing, it looks like it's gonna be slowing down as it gets towards landfall, and by that point, it's probably gonna be dealing with some more land interaction, which probably is gonna be one of the factors that might help lead it to stop strengthening as much.
Confirming now that there's no changes for Nora.
Yep.
No changes.
Sorry, Ethan, I really stole your thunder on that one. Their next update for that will be at 4 p.m. Central Time. No changes to warnings. Hurricane watch in effect for, as Ethan said earlier, Lazaro Cardenas to Cabo Corrientes in Mexico.
I will say the NHC's latest forecast on Nora did call for a peak of 85 miles per hour. Personally, I think that is quite high, and I don't know with a peak of 75 miles per hour because GFS, HMON, HWRF does call for a hurricane, but pretty much every single other model, HMON, GFS, and a lot of other models don't call for a hurricane at all for Nora.
Yeah, I have to agree there, of course, with Ethan, and I have been looking at this storm really in depth as well, and there's really been no reason to go as far. The National Hurricane Center has actually gone above literally every single model, and to be fair, between its large size and the fact that they have it peaking legitimately in the Lake of California of all places, that's just not something that really seems like a scenario that'll pan out. So of course, our latest cone, we only went 75 miles an hour. And of course, by the time you get to hour 120, it's significantly lower than the National Hurricane Center with the weakening expected, all the way down to a depression by that point. And that's going to be relatively far north for depression by then. So needless to say, any more shifts towards the east, and we're probably going to be looking at a weaker storm. And we know that we've been looking at shifts towards the east with that. So no landfall is anticipated now. In terms of where it is, as long as it stays on its current track, just because of the fact it's going to be going on onto the Gulf of California, which means that as a result, there's no CDPS, because if it does make a landfall, it's going to be as a TD now. So pretty much based on our for current forecast, that pretty much is much different in terms of the intensity side of things, but similar on the track line for now, as long as we don't see any more eastern more shifts. Because if it shifts more towards the east, then you have a landfall again, and then it also dies faster. So that's pretty much what we're looking with Nora here.
Nora's big, by the way.
Yeah, it's extremely large.
Yes.
Very.
Well, currently up on my screen, Nathan, I've got radar imagery out of Key West. This is in Florida, southwestern Florida, that is. And this is, it just barely reaches down to Ida right now. You can see that maybe some signs of an eye wall developing and as it passes near the Isle of Youth, but certainly this is headed for Cuba. But my main concern with the residents in Florida, up here in southern Florida, and maybe even in the Florida Keys here, you know, Ida is forecast, the main core of Ida is forecast to stay well to the west and southwest of Florida. But all of this rain here and all of these outer bands are going to cause problems for Florida as well. Let alone the flooding threat won't be as high as, say, along the Gulf Coast, but these can still cause, you know, isolated tornadoes even, and maybe some isolated flash flooding events as well.
And again, you can see the fairly tight rotation around the center there. Because of the radar, can you make it transparent, that radar, so we can see just exactly where it is along that coastline?
I can change the radar site and you can see where it is. So yeah. Actually, I can do something here real quick. Let me just change this around real quick. I'll go ahead and I'll draw a circle around the eye wall here. And then I will... Oh, it's disappeared.
Alright, well, that's going well.
Thought I could.
But it looks very close to landfall there, at least.
Yes, and it remains to be seen if NHC will call it, though. That looks extremely close. I'd have to say that the center is somewhere maybe around here. So maybe just on the coast, maybe?
Could be more reason as to why the National Hurricane Center is waiting to, you know, do that intermediate advisory later, so that way they can capture the landfall for it.
Intermediate advisory is out, by the way.
Oh, well, that's that one.
Oh, that'd be good.
Nice timing.
I have a tendency of having that, yeah.
Breaking news, NHC have called landfall on the Isle of Youth.
Oh, they have.
Oh, there we go. That's our question answered.
And there is a close-up of the Isle of Youth on the visible imagery. A massive cloud over there right now. And let's get that ultra close-up on the infrared. See if it tells us anything. If this storm does pop out an eye on visible, then that imagery will become a lot more compelling. We're just waiting for the specifics at our side on that latest National Hurricane Center update. There's the infrared showing a small area, but a significant area of minus 80-degree cloud tops.
Ethan, if you're interested in getting a radar from Cuba, I've sent in a link. The first link I've sent in is the Cuba radar into the live output chat.
I will, I'll try to pull this up here, and we'll see what we can get.
Clearly a storm that is still intensifying at this moment.
Yep.
There was another question earlier from Walker. Did Nora form from the remnants of Grace? No, it was Marty, whose remnants, its own remnants, are still active out there in the Eastern Pacific, probably for another few hours, and then it'll be gone. The government of the Cayman Islands has discontinued all tropical storm warnings. That's the only change with the update. 75 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 987 on the National Hurricane Center. 5 miles east of the center of the Isle of Youth is how they describe the position update. 21.6 degrees north, 82.7 west. Not read them all out yet, so I'm going to read all the warnings out right now as it stands at the present. A hurricane warning in effect for the Cuban provinces of Pinar del Rio and Artemisa and the Isle of Youth, which turned out to be the right call when they issued those warnings when it was just a tropical storm, and now it's a Category 1. A storm surge watch for Sabine Pass to the Alabama-Florida border, Vermilion Bay, Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and Mobile Bay. Hurricane watch for Cameron, Louisiana to the Mississippi-Alabama border. Not Cameron again, surely. Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and metropolitan New Orleans also under the hurricane watch. Tropical storm warning for the Cuban provinces of Matanzas, Mayabec, and Havana. Tropical storm watch for the Mississippi-Alabama border to the Alabama-Florida border. All of those currently active, and as mentioned at numerous occasions earlier, we are expecting significant surge amounts. Currently, according to the National Hurricane Center, Morgan City to Ocean Springs, including Lake Bourne, 7 to 11 feet is their current expectations, but still early days. And in terms of rainfall, we could be looking at isolated maximums of 20 inches in southeast Louisiana to coastal Mississippi and Alabama through Monday morning. Just to check back the National Hurricane Center's map really quick, showing you the timings of it all. They expect that the storm will be arriving in Louisiana Sunday morning, probably early hours you'll start to feel it, and by afternoon it will be in full force by the time probably reaching the coast of Louisiana. Of course, the timings could change. The storm has the final say on what happens and how fast it goes compared to the forecast, and how much it slows down before landfall. That's happened times before where we were expecting a landfall in an hour. It turns out to be 4 or 5 hours. But it will weaken substantially by the looks of things once it moves inland. But it will still be a massive rainfall event, as well as the storm surge and potentially very destructive winds. Ethan.
I've currently got radar out of the Isle of Youth in Cuba. It's quite low resolution, but this is obviously zoomed in on the page here. But it's very interesting to see that the western part of it does have an eye wall. It's not completely closed off, I would say, but it does appear that the western side, as of right now, appears to be the strongest, which is very interesting. Now, I'm not sure if someone could get this information for me here, but does anyone know how tall the Isle of Youth is?
Give me a second.
200 meters, right? Around that height, if I remember it right.
Its elevation is only 70 feet.
Oh, so not very tall at all.
20 meters.
So this storm, actually, I'd say probably if it even with it going over the island, considering that the island is not very big, it might continue intensifying as it pushes over this island, and then in between the Isle of Youth and the coastline of Cuba, maybe some additional intensification, and then maybe some weakening as it pushes over mainland Cuba. But once this thing gets out over the Gulf of Mexico, it's not got that far to go now. It's gonna be all bets are off with the storm once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
Some more questions then. And again, I know there's loads that have come in. I'm only seeing a handful. La Nina is supposed to be happening this year. If it does, could it affect hurricanes? Is a question from Oceanic Water.
Well, yes.
Yes, La Nina tends to suppress East Pac and maybe some West Pac activity a little bit and enhance Atlantic activity. So that's why we're in this active phase of Atlantic hurricane seasons, and this season is no different.
Yep, and of course we already have a La Nina watch currently in effect, and some years that we've already been seeing quite a few La Ninas lately, between 2017 and 2020 being good examples of the full La Ninas there. And we've seen it really come in back in 2020. For example, for La Nina, the Atlantic, of course, went atrociously active, and the Eastern Pacific, of course, had not a great tropical storm to hurricane ratio. And then the Western Pacific was mostly suppressed as well. And then if we're looking at 2021 so far, we've been pretty much in a cold neutral pattern. And of course, the Atlantic has been active in its own way. The Eastern Pacific has been surprisingly more active than what you would typically expect, and then the Western Pacific in general. It's rare to see a basin having more named storms than the Western Pacific, but the Eastern Pacific currently has more storms than the Western Pacific at the moment.
Although I have to say these post La Nina seasons in the Eastern Pacific tend to be very on the front side of the season, so a lot of the storm activity happens June, July, August, and September, October is far less active than usual. That's a typical phenomenon you see in seasons that come after La Nina years. A good example for that would be 2008, which, if I remember correctly, had a very long, a huge gap of hurricane activity or tropical storm activity in the Eastern Pacific in September.
So we were looking at the coast of Cuba there, and saw a little bit of the terrain profile on Ethan's radar. Is there a realistic chance that we'll see some weakening from the Cuban landmass, or is it
Yes,
Yes.
too small?
I think it's quite likely, but it'll be very, very minimal.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible to go over a landmass like this and don't have the core disrupted in at least some way. I'd say 5 to 10 miles down is the most likely outcome of this, and when it goes back into the Gulf of Mexico, it would likely resume strengthening after a little bit of time of reorganizing the core. If the core gets damaged too much, it needs some time to reorganize, and then even rapid strengthening can resume again.
I would just like to note that I know that probably several people are looking at the models and seeing the latest HWRF and HMON models go below 940 millibars for IDA. I know that both were calling for around 938 millibars, which that in itself is crazy. But something to note that ever since the system really was down near South America, models have been consistently behind its intensification phase and development. So that is something extremely worth noting, that the system is consistently beating even the model forecast, which is pretty notable, I think.
Yeah. I will actually look how much the HWRF is away from the current forecast, from the current intensity. Currently, it's about 18Z. So, oh, that's something. So the HWF, if you are going with the current Force 13 analysis, has the storm about 20 knots to a week.
What's
Gosh.
the pressure value that it initialized with?
What?
What was the pressure value that it initialized with?
So it initialized with 996, but that's 6 hours ago. And when you go by the time, it should be now 994 millibars, which is
Millibars to a week.
yeah, which is several millibars to a week,
And this is
about
and this one
15 to 20 knots.
and this one has Recon too. That's
So
pretty astonishing.
and then by the landfall intensity, which is about a low end category 4, put 15 knots on that, 15 to 20 knots on that, and that's 150 to 155 miles an hour.
One question. There could be some chance of flash flooding in New Orleans area today.
Already. Is that a question or a comment?
I was hearing a little earlier that there might be some flash flooding. Like the chance of flash flooding could be a little high, and there might be some rain in like the New Orleans area, which is about the last possible thing this storm needs.
Yes, right now there is some showers and thunderstorms, a lot of them actually, pushing through southern Louisiana and portions of Mississippi as well. This is from a tropical wave that's moving through the area. So this, I imagine, is hampering some preparations for Ida a little bit. But certainly long range for Ida, this is just a minor doorstep for it, or a minor mishap for it. And all this rainy mess will continue pushing off towards the west. And Ida down here will continue pushing off towards the northwest. And by the time that Ida really gets in this area for favorable conditions, this whole mess will be out here. So certainly this isn't going to hamper it at all.
All right.
Right.
We're going to take a break here for a few moments. We'll be back again at the top of the next hour with more on what is now Hurricane Ida. That's the news that came in at the start of early on in this hour, that Ida is now a hurricane, confirmed by Reconnaissance planes. And there you can see it neatly presented there on our visible imagery. We'll be back in just a moment. This is Force 13's live coverage of Hurricane Ida. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Second hour of coverage of Hurricane Ida. It's been at that status now for nearly an hour when Recon aircraft confirmed this storm's hurricane status, with winds according to the National Hurricane Center 75 miles per hour. Our Force 13 analysis, our analyst team, have gone with 80 miles per hour, and more strengthening is likely on the way as it pushes through western Cuba and then over the very favourable Gulf of Mexico waters, where sea surface temperatures probably quite easily exceed 30 degrees in some areas, and up near 30 degrees all the way up until its landfall point, which by the looks of things is probably going to be Louisiana yet again, just like we've seen one too many times, or maybe four too many times in the last 18 months. Unfortunately, it's possibly going to be another one. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm in the studio once again here at Force 13 HQ. Of course, this storm is a massive event and we're probably going to be here for quite some time. And I'm joined by my team in this hour, quite a large plethora of people here. We've got Alex, Ethan, Isaac, Dimitri, Joey, Noah, Walter, Xavier, and Xbox. Good evening and afternoon to all of you. We have people from a fair amount of diverse areas of the world, mainly of course our US team, because that's obviously the area that's going to be impacted by Hurricane Ida. We ran out of time the last hour. I just wanted to ask the team, what is the status on Recon? Are they still in the storm? Are they coming back later?
They left. I don't know if we have any Recon coming up right now. I do know that we have an upper level Recon that just took off from Florida that is en route to the storm right now, but there is no low level flights into the storm yet.
And of course, this storm has just made landfall on the Isle of Youth, which is that almost ragged circular shaped island there off the coast of Cuba, western Cuba. And that is a hurricane landfall, and hurricane warnings remain in effect for the western part of Cuba, those three provinces to the west, I believe, before it moves out over the Gulf. We expect the storm to arrive on the Gulf Coast probably on Sunday morning, and throughout the day and into Monday things are probably going to get serious over in that part of the world, Louisiana, and inland there. We have lots of time, of course, but we've had lots of questions that have come in over the last hour or so that we've been on the air. So we'll try and take as many as we can. Keep trying if we missed it, because it is quite possible that we will, because things sometimes go very quickly over there in the chat. There was a question earlier. The monthly climate models show well below average wind shear and above average sea surface temperatures for early 2022 up to July. This is an interesting question. And how active could early 2022 be in the Atlantic because of this?
Unknown.
I mean, that's sort of the response you're going to be met with when you're asking questions about next year, as interesting it is under normal circumstances, but we want to get through this weekend. And someone asking about whether we've seen the HWRF's model run.
Yeah, I have seen that. And we have also mentioned that the initialization of the HWRF has been 15 to 20 knots too weak for the storm's current intensity.
Oh, Noah's showing us your view as well. Shall we go to there?
Yeah, we can do. So
Okay.
this is I hope it's
Yep.
visible enough. So yeah, that's the GFS model, the cyclonic vorticity, cyclonic potential vorticity. This blue contour, everything in this blue color is anticyclonic spin, and all this orange here, that's a cyclonic potential vorticity. All this blue is associated with the storm's outflow around the storm here. And what we can currently see is that this bare western side of the storm comes from this PV streamer here, which is imparting some southwesterly wind shear over the storm. And if we move that forward, we can see that the outflow of the storm pushes against this PV streamer and progressively thins it out. Here we can see the outflow is almost symmetrical over the storm's center, so very healthy outflow. And this PV streamer gets almost cut off the circulation above and thins out further. And by the time we get to 48 hours or 42 to 48 hours out, this PV streamer cuts completely off and moves downstream and is no shearing influence on the storm anymore. And we have this very large, expansive outflow shield practically over the entire Gulf. Remove that to landfall. Huge, expansive outflow. Huge.
What a
Reaching all
mess.
the way down to the Eastern Pacific and into Tennessee, covering the entire Gulf. And also we have this big upper level low, which is advecting a lot of the outflow towards the equatorward direction. So we can expect a very strong outflow channel right down here. If I go to the same hour on the 200 millibar wind, we can see here a pretty distinct strong wind maximum, vecting all this outflow out. And I think now it's worth looking at the 700 to 400 millibar relative humidity plot. Here we can see the GFS has a pretty good initialization on the storm's shape. So we can see here the western side a bit drier, less banding, and then this big band with the core all practically over the Isle of Youth. And then we move this out, and there is potential for some dry air getting into the storm circulation at this point, just after it crossed Cuba, where we still have some of this southwesterly shear from this PV streamer and the a bit drier AMS here. The thing is that I'm currently looking on is that the western side of the central dense overcast is actually bigger than the eastern side. So it's the central dense overcast itself is a bit more weighted towards the eastern side, which would make such a little dry air intrusion more unlikely. And even if some dry air finds its way into the storm circulation, it's unlikely to weaken the storm so much that it doesn't intensify at a intense pace in the Gulf of Mexico later on. And we can move this forward. The environment gets moister and moister. And by the time we have landfall, we have this big envelope of high humidity in the mid levels and a intense hurricane making landfall on this run, 955 millibars.
So that's calling for a 955 millibar landfall there.
Yeah. I think we can also look at the HWRF if you
Yep.
want that.
No, if you don't mind me asking, personally, I think that 955 millibar estimate may be a tad bit high on the GFS run. What do you think? at landfall. That is.
I think it's I think that the GFS itself, it's a global model, and those are usually too weak in terms of intensity. So it's likely that it can actually resolve the strongest winds and also the deepest pressure of the storm center. So getting 955 with this upper level look from the GFS is very impressive, and um, I personally go with a Category 4 at landfall, also based on the upper level look that has been presented to me on the GFS run, which to note has been becoming progressively more favorable. Just a few runs ago, this PV streamer was much more amplified, and I thought that the storm might be facing up to 15 knots of shear in the Gulf of Mexico. Now this possibility goes away. And so, yeah, now we can look at the HWRF, pointing
By the way,
out that.
just want to point out
Yeah,
that's the 60 run of the HWR.
wait, let me. Oh, the
You just lost track of that.
HWRP only has the 60 runs, so we're gonna go to the main run. So, yeah, that's. Get to hour 6, that's the current time. Roughly, that's 18Z. Currently, we have 1812. So, point out this storm, this initialization is way too weak, about 15 to 20 knots, and also about 7 millibars too weak. But we can move this out here and see that it becomes a hurricane over the Gulf of Mexico, and then rapidly intensifies and reaches a Category 4 peak in just before landfall, and then makes a landfall below 940 millibars in just to the southwest of New Orleans, which is about here. Hurricane makes landfall here. What else could we be looking at?
So that they,
Yeah.
despite initializing over 15 knots too weak, they still predict a Get 4. That is something.
So yeah, if you would extrapolate the same intensification rate that the GFS that HWRF has been showing for the storm and put that on the current intensity, you get a storm that at this exact point is 150 to 155 miles an hour.
Goodness gracious.
Alright, so there's just information in about that the European weather model goes 939 millibars for Ida at
Wait,
peak.
the Euro does?
Yes,
The euro.
You're joking.
Let me
it
look.
does.
Let me look. I can see. Wait, that's the you mean the 12Z euro run?
Yep.
So we're
This
now
is
grabbing the
newest run.
latest European model, which trends conservative, does it?
Yes, it does.
Yes, but it's been quite aggressive if I'm honest with Ida all its life. So the first times it struggled a bit with the system, but when the conditions were becoming clear, it had multiple recon missions already. It was pretty clear what the environment was going to be like, and the models picked up on it well, and yeah. I got
So
the model run itself with simulated total cloud cover right now, and yeah, it shows a very dangerous system making landfall right in Louisiana, through west of New Orleans.
we can see all this here. I'm showing that currently. The ECMWF is showing 963 millibar before here in the Gulf, and also just after landfall. So it would probably be in the 950s at landfall based on the Euro run. And keep in mind, the Euro is a pretty conservative model when it comes to hurricane intensity. It's a pretty good model when it comes to track, but when it comes to the intensity, it's often on the low side.
So that's something quite notable, to say the least.
Yeah.
Let's take another look at visible imagery of the storm right now. And a lot of the convective clouds engulfing the western half of Cuba. And the Isle of Youth is that island underneath there, the bottom. Sizable island, but not very high in elevation, as we heard earlier. The storm made landfall there not long ago. It's probably inland over that island, fairly small, probably won't be inland for very long. As always, please send in your questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. A question just in there from Alexia says, does this storm remind you of Hurricane Eta of 2020 when it makes
No.
landfall in Cuba?
No.
Or no?
No.
No, not at all.
No, 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 no.
This has absolutely no similarity at all to Ada in several ways. For one, just to basically list out every way. One, this is August. Ada was November.
That's a good
Two,
point.
Ada had a far different track, of course. Ada formed in the Caribbean, made a Cat 4 landfall in Nicaragua before curving northwards and making a very erratic track across Cuba, and then, you know, making a loop to the loop near Florida and all. And that is not something we're seeing with that. The landfall in Cuba was a tropical storm with Ada. This is a hurricane landfall. And then, of course, different directions overall with where this is going. This isn't leaning towards Florida at the moment. This is curving towards the Gulf of Mexico. So really, there is no similarities at all between the tracks of these two storms.
And also, the environment is totally different. Ada had a pretty decent jet with about, I think it was 15 to 20 knots of shear by the time it was in the Western Caribbean. And then it got under this big trough in the upper levels and then curved around Florida. So no similarities that I can see here.
More questions came in there as well. How quickly do you think Ida will intensify over the loop current? We all know what Katrina did, they say.
Oh, it could be very quick. It could be. It depends very much on the size of the core, but if we have a core size at the time it is behind Cuba, we can sort out the potential maximum intensification rates, and I think it could easily pull out the maximum intensification rate for the size of its core. There is some statistics from Ryan Allen. He put those up. So, for example, for a 10 nautical mile wide eye, the maximum 12-hour pressure drop would be 55 millibars, and everything above that is above the statistical curve. So it could be an intensification rate that would be at the curve for its core size. And currently, by the last time I've been looking at the size of the core on radar, it was about 50 nautical miles wide, so that's pretty small. And it's questionable if the core will stay the same size when it passes over Cuba. But if it stays around 15 miles wide, there's a pretty high chance that we would see a pretty intense rapid intensification phase in the Gulf. Really intense, actually.
How long is it until it emerges over the Gulf?
Let me try and sort this out with the HWF. That has been pretty consistent with its track, its positioning. So currently, about 9 hours seems to be the time that it emerges over Cuba. Maybe even a bit less if it goes further east of the HWF track, which might seem likely in my opinion.
Before the end of the
So
night, then.
6 to 9 hours until it emerges off the coast of Cuba again, and then over a lot of time, about 2 full days over the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico to intensify. 2 days is a lot of time for a tropical cyclone over such warm water, in such a low shear environment, and then likely landfall as an intense hurricane in Louisiana.
And that convection still bubbling up, as you saw on that imagery just a moment ago there. The weatherman says, what are the chances of a Category 4 landfall?
They're increasing.
And someone
I
did
mean-
ask earlier about chances of various wind speeds. I'll have a little look into that and give you some of my ballpark numbers, but I'm not sure those kinds of numbers will be particularly helpful to those on the ground. It's just something to look at and play about with the numbers, but I'll have a little look. And here is the latest imagery showing the infrared over the Isle of Youth. The minus 80-degree cloud tops have stopped for the time being. They're still pretty high, nearly at minus 80. And you can see an indentation there on the left-hand side. That's not going to be the eye, is it? Certainly radar depicts that the eye would be under the big mass on the right-hand side.
Oh yeah, you're right. That would be just some subsidence from all the overshooting tops around this area, but the eye seems to be roughly east of the deepest convection.
You look at satellite on this perspective here on the infrared channel 13, and you would be forgiven for thinking that the center of the eye was on the western coast of the Isle of Youth, but on radar it's still showing it on the eastern coast. Is that right?
Yeah. I think when you look at a very recent burst, it actually shows a bit better where the eye actually is. You can see that trying to wrap up towards the coast of the island a little bit, and the eye is probably at the northeastern side of the island, if I had to guess.
So
Also based on our satellite. Yeah.
So personally, I'd probably give this around a 20 to 30% chance of reaching Category 4 status at this point, which might sound low to some people, but you think about that, that is still a 1 in 4 chance, considering that the storm hasn't emerged off Cuba yet. Conservative, perhaps.
Will you go 20%?
I would say 20 or
Or
30.
higher? Okay. Sorry. Wrong one for.
If we were to follow the latest, let's have a look at the ensembles. I just want to see what the Gfs Ensembles are saying about what pressures they put out. They're all in some in the 970s, some 960s there. Can't quite read half of them. It's pretty assured that it's going to be at least a Category 2 when it's off the coast of Louisiana. Let's get that straight.
Yeah, I can. Also, I can say that between the frames that are showing on Tropical Tidbits, when you go to a website where the Euro has more frames, you actually discover that the storm peaks at 939 millibars in the Gulf of Mexico. I think that has been something that Alex also pointed out earlier. So Euro is showing 939 millibars in the Gulf. GFS shows 955, I think. So both global models show an intense hurricane, likely major hurricane.
Okay. Let's see if we've got any more comments just now. Well, people asking whether it will be a Category 5. Of course, there's that chance. How big is Ida's wind field and storm size? Which is something we haven't touched on just yet.
Give me a second. Have that pulled up somewhere.
I have it. Hurricane force winds send upwards up to 20 miles. Tropical storm force winds send upwards up to 90 miles.
So that's
At least what the
a fair distance. The Isle of Youth, just for some distance indicators, north to south, it's about 35 miles in length. The storm center is obviously moving over there right now. It's about 55 miles from the western tip of the main island of Cuba, and then it would have at its current trajectory, it would be moving over land for about 40 miles. So that makes 95, and then it's a good 600, 700 miles from the coast of Louisiana at this point. And a comment as well, I am in the northeast US, so won't be affected by this, but have a friend in the Houston area. Will they see any impacts from Ida? Well, currently, Houston, I think, is nearly or somewhere around 20% chance of tropical storm force winds. It's most likely the eastern side will have much the larger wind radius. So the big question is, how far west will the storm go? And I guess for Houston it would be, would you compare it to, in terms of monitoring it from a distance, would you say it'd be similar to Laura, just to see what happens?
No, I wouldn't really call it that bad. I think that landfall is looking to be more east of where Laura made landfall, and I've been noticing it's been shifting more towards the east, and Houston probabilities have actually been going down slowly but surely. So I think the biggest threat would pretty much just be some rain and maybe some gusty winds, but other than that, not really much.
Yeah, just monitor the situation, and if there's a sudden shift westward, you should have your hurricane plan in place. That also goes for the areas east of the cone. If the cone shifts more towards the east, or the storm goes more towards the east into Mississippi or Alabama, there could also be hurricane force winds along those coastlines. So if you live at the central Gulf Coast, just have your hurricane plan there and be ready to execute that if the hurricane comes closer to your home. And if you're asked to evacuate, evacuate, definitely.
The only thing for Houston I could say could happen are rip currents, because those seas will get choppier and choppier as Ida gets closer towards landfall. So be careful when it comes to those rip currents.
Alright, we're going to take a short break here. We'll be back in just a moment. Over the years, hundreds of tropical cyclones, and in recent years, particularly in 2020, launching out in other regional channels, doing weather updates and coverages there as well. We also launched our Earthquakes channel in 2020 and are going forward on all fronts in 2021 with a community that's grown remarkably in the last year. But it's not just about you being along for the ride, we want you to enjoy yourself as well as an Ultimate fan, and that's why we've lined up a big chain of benefits for each various stages on our Ultimate Fan program. Force 13 live coverage of what is now Hurricane Ida. It was a tropical storm when we first went to air just over an hour and a half ago. It is now a Category 1 hurricane with, according to the National Hurricane Center, 75 mile per hour winds. Force 13 analysts have gone with 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 987, which was observed, detected by Recon planes. The storm made landfall in the Isle of Youth not so long ago, around half an hour ago, and is now moving through that small island of around 30 miles in width. Again, with me is my team, consisting of many people whose voices you've been hearing over the last half hour and beyond in some cases. Let's continue the conversation, and indeed you can send in your messages live, just like Patrick has done. How will conditions in Jackson, Mississippi be like with this system?
You will probably see some enhanced rainfall, and there's the possibility that you see a distinct tornado threat. I know that the HWRF has been hinting at bands of supercells going into Mississippi. They have been pretty obvious on the model output. So I would just monitor the flash flood potential outlooks and the SPC to see if there's any tornado threat expected from the storm. Usually when you have a landfalling tropical storm on or hurricane on the Gulf Coast, there's usually always some kind of tornado threat, so this is probably no different. And also, flash flooding could definitely be a major concern, even for some areas further inland, as the storm is going to be moving relatively slowly.
And there's a glimpse of the key messages there from the National Hurricane Center, detailing all of those risks. You can find more of that on the National Hurricane Center's website. Black Void says, how much do you expect Cuba to affect Ida's structure and performance, which is something you touched on earlier, Noah, I think it was, with regard to that.
Oh yeah. So we already established that Cuba is likely to disrupt the core at least somewhat. It's unlikely that such a landmass, that the TC goes over such a landmass completely without disruption. So that it's likely to get disrupted somewhat, but we also established that the significance of this disruption is relatively low, and we are at most likely to see a 10 mile an hour decrease in winds. That's 5 to 10 miles an hour. That's about the consensus here. And after it goes back over the water of the Gulf of Mexico, it's likely to resume intensification, and the NHC has been explicitly calling out a rapid intensification. And also we have seen the HWRF run, which had the storm about 20 knots too weak at this current time, and also has been doing the storm up to low-end Category 4 by the time of landfall. So there's a lot of potential in the Gulf, and the short land interaction with Cuba is not likely to disrupt the storm so much that it doesn't become a major hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico, unfortunately.
Looking once again at what is described as sandwich imagery, showing the visible with the infrared on top in one of my favourite colour scales, and along with the band 13 infrared, which shows, I think quite clearly, is one that shows quite a lot of clarity in terms of the storm structure on the infrared there, although this time it might fool you because it sort of shows the eye would appear to be on the western side of Cuba. That is not true. As we look back at the radar, which is being shown to us by Isaac, shows that the eye has passed on the eastern side and is still there as of the latest imagery. I don't know if Isaac would like to speak at all to tell us about what he's seeing on the radar. I'm not sure if he is mic'd up. But there is the imagery nonetheless. Nope, there wasn't another question just then. I was trying to find one. Is Ida already leaving the Isle of Youth? Is a question we received earlier. Not really, just yet. So if you've just joined us currently, a 75 mile per hour storm according to the National Hurricane Center, 80 miles per hour on our estimates, and Ida is intensifying. Apparently it met the requirements to be described as rapidly intensifying, although that might be put to a halt as it crosses over the western part of Cuba, of course, but then it will be over the ridiculously favourable conditions of the Gulf of Mexico, where temperatures, sea surface temperatures, exceeding 30 degrees Celsius, and loop currents there with massive amounts of heat potential, which could cause this storm to really ramp up in intensity. Considering that it has just over 2 days, roughly, how long exactly does it have before it reaches land? Probably, just trying to figure that out for myself, 2 days roughly?
Yeah, when I looked, it was pretty much exactly 48 hours from going into the Gulf of Mexico and landfall, practically something around 48 hours on all the models I looked at.
Yep, so National Hurricane Center forecast depicts the storm to make landfall a little after 8 p.m. local time Sunday. So that's over 48 hours, but of course you would feel the incoming hurricane much sooner. Well, I was hoping this might happen during our stream this evening, and we do now have Nelson on board with us. He was well known for being part of our Zeta coverage last year, where he was actually in the eye, right outside his own house. Nelson, what's going on over there in New Orleans?
Well, Nathan, it's people are taking this storm seriously and the threat seriously. I just left my office about an hour ago. Went to Home Depot. There are no generators left in the local area, so people are planning to have extended power outages. I've seen people working on the storm drains around their houses, which is good given the expected rainfall potential, but it's kind of just a quiet knowing going on in the city. People aren't saying much or in too much hysterics, but you can pretty much look at everybody in the eyes, and we all know that this is not an ideal situation. We do have hope that it'll be something like Zeta, which Force 13 analysis, I believe, said made landfall as a major hurricane. And as you mentioned, the eye went directly over the house, the sky that you may be seeing through my incredibly choppy phone right now. But at this point, people are preparing, and it's a long wait. And so, what we have to do is we have to keep watching the news, keep watching things like Force 13, these kind of streams that update us moment by moment. Because, frankly, if the track holds, it'll certainly not be a pleasant time in New Orleans, but I don't think it'll be a devastating blow. But we all know that the track may shift based on Recon, based on, what's going on with the storm. So it's just time for preparations. I have things to do outside of my house. Loose construction material, actually. They decided to dig up the sidewalk yesterday. So I've got to put things like cones and
clever.
warning cones away. Oh yeah, brilliant management by the city. So it's just everybody's taking certain steps. I have a bag prepared in case I evacuate. That's not the plan, but things that I want to bring with me if I need to. I would be evacuating north of Brookhaven, Mississippi. I'd be going to stay at my sister and her husband's hunting camp. But at the moment, we are going to stay put in what is right now a breezy gray New Orleans.
Now, the number passed by just a moment ago on the... sorry, we just had a little break there. On the bottom of our screen, New Orleans went by and it showed 79% chance of tropical storm force winds and expected rain of around 12 inches. What do you think of that?
If that's the chance of tropical storm force winds right now, and we only see those tropical storm force winds, I think it'll be a very, very lucky break. The 12 inches of rain are going to be the biggest problem. People remember all the problems with storm surge from Katrina and all that, but open waterways like the Mississippi River Gulf Outlet, which is actually what allowed all the water to flow into the city, that has been long closed by the Army Corps of Engineers. But 12 inches of rain, even if it comes down over a long period of time, is going to cause quite a bit of flooding in low-lying areas under the interstate, areas in the lower Ninth Ward. I anticipate I'll probably have 5 or 6 inches of water, if that's the case, backed into the shed in my backyard, which is just that way if you've got my camera pulled up. So I anticipate there will be water in that shed, so I have to go in there and get stuff either put up as high as I can or by tomorrow afternoon. Anything important will be just scattered throughout my house at this time. The pumping system in New Orleans, last I checked, was 97% available, and they are testing one of the turbines, the electromotive engines, to get it online just to have an extra backup engine today, but I do not know the results of that test. So, basically the city's going to do everything it can do, but at 12 inches of rain, with the way things are, there is going to be a lot of water.
Now, Nelson, I imagine further west towards the western part of Louisiana, they've not had a good time with the hurricanes in the last year. Do you know anyone over there, or what the feeling is in those areas that are much more battle-hardened, perhaps?
I do not. The closest I could say is that my sister and her husband live just north of Baton Rouge. They do have 2 young children, so they are evacuating to Mississippi, as I said. They are not overly concerned about the impacts, but with 2 children, both of them under 18 months in age, it's just more convenient if they can be in a place that they know is going to have power. So I already know that some people, at least 70, 80 miles west of me have decided that just for convenience, they've got somewhere to go, so they might as well evacuate. And I think that's good advice for anyone, especially talking Lafayette, New Iberia, Morgan City, all those towns that unfortunately we know the names of over the last year too many times, that if you've got somewhere to go, why ride it out just for the inconvenience of it?
All right, Nelson. Thank you very much for being with us once again, and I'm sure, well, we're not sure whether you'll be with us during the actual storm itself. Of course, your priorities will always come first, but we hope things go well for you.
Thank you very much.
And as we cut back to our latest imagery, this is how the storm looks on the visible right now. Continuing to head towards the northwest, although convection appears to be on the wane a little bit. Any new developments, team? And also, first of all, actually, there's just another question about when is the next low-level recon? Any thought? Any? Do we know?
I think I know that. I think the next recon is starting at 21:15 Z. I think that's the latest information I got.
So that's in 2.5 hours. And is that takeoff or when they're in the storm?
That should be takeoff.
Right. So that'll be a little while away yet. There's another question there. How many people are under alert for Ida? Well, I can tell you that in the 10% chance of 50 knot winds, there's about 7 million people at the moment. So if you might call that under alert, maybe. That's one guide. That's 10% chance for 60 mile an hour winds. Let's go back to Isaac's imagery if we can. I think he's just switched away. There it is. This is showing latest radar imagery of the storm making its landfall, as it did not very long ago, and as you can see is still hugging the eastern coast of the Isle of Youth, regardless of what satellite products might be showing. Was there depicting that the storm might be further towards the west, but nope, that's just a trick. The ground level radar, or near ground level there, showing that it is very much on the eastern side of the island and still moving in a northwesterly direction.
A very ominous radar picture, I must add, too. You could just see how quickly this thing ramped up from barely having an eye wall structure to this right pretty much at landfall, really getting attacked together. And then of course that's to go over this other part of the island of Cuba, but after that, pretty much the only hindrance the storm might have is itself, really.
Well, we've heard that quite a few times before. More questions and comments. Maybe a slither of dry air hitting the eastern side there. Can we confirm or deny?
I wouldn't confirm it just yet. It's still kind of on the edges of the radar's view here, so it could be this dude, the angle where this radar is located at. It's showing that, but I wouldn't completely discount it. I just wouldn't say yes or no to it right now. I would wait until a few more frames kick in.
I have noticed that on visible, but not much signs of that on infrared, which is where you'd expect to see it before visible. So
I haven't looked at water vapor yet, so unless it doesn't show it on water vapor.
Yes, we were supposed to get water vapor actually on our roster of imagery, but I don't think we have it.
Water vapor imagery can be a little bit misleading sometimes when it comes to dry air intrusions, because it shows the upper layer obscured by outflow most of the time. So so sometimes you have a really dry air mass down in the mid-levels and to the surface, but the outflow is obscuring that, and sometimes many people say, oh, the air mass is moist, but it's actually dry further at the surface. So IR is usually the best way to see dry air intrusions, and currently I'm not seeing any good indication that there is a dry air intrusion actually happening with the storm.
I would agree with that.
Has the 18Z estimates been read out yet?
I'm not sure.
The ATCF has upgraded to 80 miles per hour, 987 millibars, and our estimate remains 80 miles per hour, but with a slightly lower pressure of 986 millibars.
There's an infrared loop there showing the progress this storm has made in the last about nearly an hour.
So yeah, we see what we expect with land interaction, that these really tall cloud tops near the center are waning a bit, but the overall structure of the storm looks very good, I have to say. You can see the center, it appears to be that the center, if you look at Isaac's radar, it appears to be that the center is roughly in the middle of the Isle of Youth. And that would be pretty much also in the middle of this whole convective envelope of thick thunderstorms. So already a very axisymmetric structure, pretty mature also, and we have outflow fighting against this little southwesterly shear there is spanning outward practically in every direction. So just as some of the convection is a little bit waning near the center, the overall structure of the storm is very good. And when it goes into the Gulf of Mexico, we can have new convection firing and re-intensification.
And again, as we look at this ultra close-up imagery, you'd be forgiven for thinking that the eye is there near Cocodrilo, I think. But in fact, it is it's very near the center of your picture right now is the true position of the eye. That little trick of the eye there in the convection there, to be honest with you, I think that's starting to fade away a little bit. And I think we're going to start to see the true center of rotation more clearly on the infrared channel shortly. Of course, we don't need to guess. We know where the center of the storm is, as we have the radar imagery showing quite conclusively that the storm is still on the eastern coast of the Isle of Youth. So, a question there. What are we forecasting for Ida? Ethan had a cone at the start of this stream. I don't know if you want to give an update if you have one.
I don't at this time, but I do know that I am due to make another one in 3 hours from now, so I'm sure we'll have something at that point. But our cone, which was released at 8 a.m. Central Time, did forecast 125 miles per hour. But that was on the basis that this afternoon, going into tonight, it would be with winds of 75 miles per hour.
Yeah, I'm
We are
sure.
early, so I imagine probably 140, 145 mile an hour peak coming up.
I'm sure Ethan and I will, of course, be discussing that as we get closer to the time for that. Yep.
There was something posted in our live discussion a couple of moments ago that I think should get a mention. Do you want to mention that? Rapid intensification?
Yeah, I'm just reading that myself. So let's see. So that we're giving this 70 knots right now. 70% chance for 35 knots. That's brings it up to that's basically a 70% chance of 105 knots in 24 hours.
Let's just read the one that's important, Ethan. A 53% chance of a 40 knot increase in the next 24 hours.
What would that be? 125 miles an hour?
120 miles, well, yeah, 125 miles per hour in 24 hours. 53% chance, that's more than half a chance. But the kicker for that is that it's 22 times the climatological mean.
Jesus. And then you got 73%. That's amazing. For 45 knots in 36 hours.
Also, we have 47% for 55 knots in 48 hours, which would be in 48 hours is roughly the landfall time. A bit later than that, but 48 hours over the Gulf of Mexico it has. and that would be about 145 miles an hour.
Hmm.
And that's also 10 times the climatological mean. So we see extreme amounts of rapid intensification probabilities here. This is really one of the most dire ship's probabilities I've ever seen, if I'm honest. I actually can't remember one that has been this this high.
Yeah, definitely serious. We're looking at those high percentages there. I mean, we're already looking at a hurricane, and then we discussed this earlier. I know I've been talking to some of the analysts and, discussing things, of course, with the team during the last Headstock Weather Bulletin. And we really basically came to the consensus between myself and the analysts that basically, if this did become a hurricane before Cuba, we were looking at a much larger problem than what we were initially expecting. And of course, this was back when the National Hurricane Center was forecasting 110-mile-an-hour peak at that moment there. And well, unfortunately, this thing became a hurricane before Cuba, and pretty much now we're looking at a very, very serious situation. The chances for Category 4 have definitely increased substantially. If we're looking at this probability for rapid intensification, that's just insane. The amount of double-digit times the climatological mean is, because it's literally all but one value, and that's just for the 25 knots in 24 hours. But considering the fact that it's completely overshaded by the chances that we could be seeing 35 or 30 to 40 knots in the next 24 hours, it really doesn't mean much in the end. We're talking about a significant intensification trend if this does end up panning out.
And by the time it was down there at Jamaica, there was still a lot of more uncertainty of whether or not it can manage to make a tight circulation before it goes into Cuba, and then immediately or practically immediately intensify right after passing Cuba. And pretty much the worst case has so far has become true. We have a tight hurricane just making land just over the Isle of Youth, South Cuba, which is now passing into the Gulf with a pretty mature looking structure, pretty axisymmetrization is pretty good. That has not been the expectation for the storm to be by at even this time yesterday. So the storm has already overperformed massively, I'd say, and also overperformed a lot of the initial model forecasts.
So you remember earlier when I said that I would say a 20 or 30% chance of Category 4 at this stage, being quite conservative. That ship's model is saying a 73% chance that it reaches Category 4 status in essence. And on that note, we're going to take a break here. We'll be back in a couple of minutes to just get over that thought just now, and to dissect more on what is becoming quite a substantial hurricane, quite a scary hurricane for many. Hurricane Ida. We'll have more coverage in just a few moments. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13 live coverage continues on Hurricane Ida as it sweeps through the western part of Cuba, making landfall just over an hour ago on the Isle of Youth as a Category 1. Now we're expecting National Hurricane Center might do a little upgrade at their next update, which is in 2 hours. We're already running with 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 987, but I think we put it down to 986 actually in the last hour on our latest fix. We'll get that cleared up with our team shortly. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again, and of course I'm joined as always by my team consisting this hour of Alex, Ethan, Isaac, Dimitri, Xavier and Xbox. Hello to all of you once again.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Good afternoon.
ATCF has pulled a shocker on us all, and it has upgraded NORA to 65 miles per hour. What?
What on earth?
On NORA.
Well, let's have a little look at Nora then, if we're going to start with that one. There's Nora in the Eastern Pacific. It does look pretty good and it's pretty big, but where do you think they got the 65 mile an hour from?
I'm not sure. I'm gonna go pull up some satellite estimates on NORA real quick. Let's just see what we've got.
Me too, and whilst I'm there, I'll have a look at what it says about Ida.
Yes, SATCON is only 45 knots. AMSU is 50 knots, and ADT, well, that's at 40 knots. So, not sure where they're getting 55 knots from, but I definitely would not say this is anywhere close to that.
I don't know what ADT is doing.
No.
So Sims ADT for Nora is showing 39 knots. And that's out of date. Oh no, that's why. I'm confused here. Sims ADT is for Ida is showing 41 knots. Right. And NOAA ADT is showing 49 knots, which is a bit better, but still right. You look at it on satellite imagery, to have like the cloud field as big as it is, and even if that is a false eye, which it is, it's not an eye, that thing, even though it looks the part on satellite, you would have thought that ADT might have called that a hurricane, but I guess not.
No.
It absolutely looks like a hurricane. It is, of course, but from satellite perspectives, you don't see a tropical storm that looks as good as that.
No.
And usually, actually, it tends to be a stronger hurricane than a Category 1 that looks like that. One that's about to pop its eye out and become a major hurricane. This one's not quite at that stage yet, but, well, it could be getting there soon at this rate. We're all sort of expecting it, and that's not saying anything, that we encourage it, but that's just realistically what's likely to happen when it passes over the warmest waters in the basin, virtually.
Yeah, all stations seem to go for this thing to just absolutely explode in the Gulf. One tiny bit of information I thought I would share for anybody who's curious. The Key West radar has gone down. It has experienced an unknown fault, and they're working hard to try to fix it. So for now, the best view of the hurricane you'll see is from the Cuban radars.
Is that true, Ethan?
Yep. Latest frame I've got on Key West radar is over an hour old. So yeah, that is for sure. The radar station is down.
So the best chance of seeing it from radar would be from the Cuban radars that we have left here, and hopefully this one stays online. But you never know with the infrastructure down here.
Now, I heard you guys chatting off air about whether this was now taking a westward jog.
I still think it's going due west here. I think it's just it appears, at least on radar, maybe trying to form a larger outer eye, so that maybe that may be deceiving, but who knows? I'm just waiting for the next few frames here to make out whether it is or not.
As
That would
always,
certainly, though, be concerning if it was due west. Sorry.
it's alright. As always, if you have any questions for us whilst we're on the air, start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us, and our team will be able to answer all of your questions, as I'm sure there will be quite a few at this point in the storm's life. Of course, just over 48 hours from its landfall, we expect, in Louisiana. A question there: since the environmental conditions are the same as Laura's last year for Ida in 2021, and Ida is better performing than Laura when it emerges in the Gulf of Mexico, surely this means it will be stronger.
I don't know if the conditions are exactly exactly
The
the
main
same
difference
as Laura,
is
but
the lack of shear this time. Laura experienced shear all its life. And this is
so
going to
there's
get an
lower
idea.
shear. There's lower shear for this storm than there was for Laura.
Yeah.
That is quite alarming.
Now, at this point in Laura's life, when it was, to its closest point to Ida right now, how strong was it? I forget.
A
I think it
tropical
was.
It
storm.
definitely wasn't a hurricane.
Tropical storm.
So
I
it's
believe it
ahead
was
of.
around 60 miles an hour.
So it's
But
ahead
Laura
of
was
Laura.
also
Yeah.
yes, but the difference is Laura had a lot more of the Gulf to cover. This storm doesn't. Like this storm only has 2 days over the Gulf. I think Laura had 3 days.
This says 2 to 3 days. It's about the
Yeah,
same
so
time.
pretty similar, but Laura had a little bit more time. So, but I'd say that this storm reaching a similar intensity to Laura is quite probable. Could happen.
Yeah,
It is-
definitely.
yeah, and the realm of possibility.
Trip model thinks so. I mean, as we were talking about earlier, it's pretty much predicting a 31% chance of it beating out Laura in the wind department and having it at a 155 mile an hour storm. So
A 1 in 3 chance, really.
Yeah.
That it will beat Laura.
And that is the reason why everybody needs to be taking this hurricane seriously, and especially in the places where it's going to be impacting Louisiana. If you haven't taken this seriously, you really do. This is already a Category 1 hurricane, and it's not even entered the Gulf of Mexico yet. It's just about to make its second landfall over Cuba. So it's a lot stronger than Laura was at this point in time. So that should certainly give you some more indications of how more stronger this storm could be than Laura, perhaps. But I just really want to hammer into people: just if you're in the path of this hurricane, do not take it lightly. Evacuate, follow all the information by your local officials, and don't make any foolish decisions. This is not a storm whatsoever to play games with, at all.
I also want to stress this. Of course, Laura did impact or make landfall in western Louisiana near Lake Charles, of course. This is going to be going more eastwards. This is not going to be going as far west as Laura did. So you definitely need to be taking this. I don't know what it is with hurricanes liking to make strong landfalls in Louisiana the last 2 years. But unfortunately, it seems it's going to be the 5th landfall in the last, yeah, it's going to be the 6th landfall, actually, in the last 18 months, between the fact that we had 4 in 2020. We already technically had clawed out with the second landfall there. And then, of course, we're now looking at this system here, Ida there. And needless to say, it's definitely not something you want to be taken lightly. Of course, we know that Zeta, of course, impacted the region as a Category 3 last fall, and needless to say, it was a lot quicker moving than what this will be when this makes landfall. So if you really want to be comparing this to the impacts that you saw from Zeta when it comes to determining whether you're going to be staying, not only is this going to be a stronger landfall, potentially by a category, we're going to be looking at this bringing more rainfall as this will be moving slower. This is going to be delivering a significant surge, and we already have this at a CDP at stage 6, even with the Category 3 landfall. And anytime we go up to stage 6 on the CDPS, that gets the life-threatening tag. And needless to say, if that gets upwards to Category 4, or if this moves slower than what is currently anticipated, especially with the fact that the National Hurricane Center cone keeps slowing this down, we're dealing with a very significant situation, not only just in terms of the wind, but the surge, the rainfall, pretty much everything in regards to this storm.
Yeah, and also I looked at Laura, and Laura had roughly 54 hours over the Gulf. So that's roughly the same time that Ida has, just 6 hours, 6 hours less. And we could very well see Ida intensify at a rate higher than Laura. It all depends pretty much on the size of the core. We could see the maximum intensification possible for the eye size it eventually gets after crossing Cuba.
A question earlier from Tyler. What do you think of the conditions in the upper Keys? There won't be tropical storm force winds there. I imagine it'll get a bit breezy. I imagine there'll be some thunderstorms in the area. I can see some bubbling up on the convection, on the cloud tops there.
Yeah, there's going to be some isolated impacts. For example, I could see some of the, outer skinny bands there, of course, with thunderstorms and all that stuff, which, to be fair, is probably a normal thing to Florida at this point anyways. But this is going to be tracking towards the northwest, really, in the grand scheme of things. So, of course, it's just going to be moving away. So, in terms of actual tropical storm force winds, pretty much 0%. The National Hurricane Center hasn't really forecasted much for them, anyways. So, I really wouldn't worry about this too much as it passes out of Cuba. So, cloud cover, yeah, it's going to hang around there. But in terms of, prolonged impacts from, what you would typically see from a tropical cyclone, that's not exactly the area that's going to be seeing it the worst. It's definitely the Gulf Coast that's going to be really needed to be hammered with this one.
Another comment here. Looks as though interaction with the islands is disrupting the core on infrared satellite somewhat, and that's what we've got displayed here now. Now, that argument probably only works if you assume that gap there on the western side of the island was the eye, but it wasn't. That appears to have disintegrated, whatever that was. The eye we know from radar is on the right hand side, the eastern side of the island, and I think you can see a little depression starting to appear there right now. So it'll be interesting to see whether we might see more on the eye on infrared as it moves over the islands.
Looks like the radar that I'm being right now hasn't updated the past 30 minutes or so, so hopefully it's not gone down. Last frame was from 2:40 Eastern. So it's been quite a while since last frame, but probably gonna hold on it for the next 10 minutes, and then if it doesn't update, I'll go to the Eye of Leaf radar, which is kind of a worse look at it, but it'll have to do.
Just to add to my comment earlier, I do think it is leveling off on the convection blowing up. The rate of that appears to have tailed off quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, earlier it's popping off really. Go ahead.
That is likely due to land interaction currently taking a bit of a toll on the storm. On the convection side, yeah.
But I think at any moment it could just start blowing up again, and it all happens very suddenly, and once it starts, sometimes it never stops until the eye is a complete donut. let's hope not. Another comment, is it starting a lot of the convection around the center? I think that's sort of a similar question. At the moment, there's not much of it going on. There was earlier. And what are the odds of a high-end Category 4 now? Well, you saw it. The ship's model says that it's a 31% chance. If you want a proper number, that of course is a computer model. And can we just have some context on the ship's model as well? Does that tend to underestimate, overestimate? What's the general line?
From what I've seen, they tend to be relatively accurate when it comes to things. Of course, not everything's going to be 100%, so if they predict a low percentage, then usually it doesn't tend to pan out. And when they do predict a lot higher than what you would typically expect, then that's usually when we start seeing those problems arise in terms of the actual storm itself. So they do tend to be realistically right. So the fact that we're seeing those kinds of numbers right now are heavily concerning.
I do think it's the model that Devon prefers, isn't it?
Yes. Of course, he is the lead
Yeah,
cycling analyst here at Force 13.
Yeah, I know that the ship's model is the ship's model rapid intensification probabilities are a pretty good are very good indication of how likely the storm is to actually reach a certain intensity, and also how favorable the conditions actually are. And it appears that the ship's model thinks that the conditions are about 22 times more conducive than on the climatological mean. If you go with the chance for rapid intensification, I think that was, which exactly was that? Some number of rapid intensification was 22 times likelier, more likely than the climatological mean on this model, which is a pretty impressive number, I have to say. That has to be one of the most impressive ships rapid intensification percentages I've ever seen in 1 or 2 years.
Only 1 or 2 years. I thought you were going to say in longer.
I haven't been tracking so long, but maybe I can find those percentages of Patricia. That'd be
Oh
funny.
god. Alright, well here's the latest visible imagery. I mean, you can see that channel on the northern side of the core on visible, just not as prevalent on the infrared imagery. Looking rather interesting right now. Who knows what it's going to do next? It feels like a pretty uncertain moment in this storm's life. A question from J.O. Could Ida develop a pinhole eye after it leaves Cuba?
There is certainly the possibility of that. I'm not ruling it out. If it does, of course, there is a really high chance that it actually strongly exceeds the intensity of the cone. Let's just hope it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the best way.
Also, Alex, you have been showing water vapor just a
Yes.
moment ago. Yeah,
Yes.
that's a pretty interesting that's a pretty interesting imagery. You can see there's a little bit of dry air to the southwest of the storm, where also the shear is coming from. So there's a little bit of potential to have tiny bit dry air coming into the storm just after it goes over Cuba. So when we have little convection and there's also a little bit of southwesterly shear, there might be some potential for some dry air to get into the storm. And you can also see on this water vapor that Alex is showing this incredible outflow channel towards the equatorial direction, which if you look at the GFS model, is expected to, when it's in the central Gulf, it's expected to reach all the way into the Eastern Pacific at that time. which is also supported by this upper level low. So we have a upper level high pressure over the storm, ventilating ventilating all this outflow out, and a upper level low over the Eastern Caribbean, which is helping to advect all this outflow mass further out. So the outflow is certainly not a problem. Very expansive outflow, and also expanding towards the western side, which is the side which the storm is sheared from a upper level low, which is centered over the southern Gulf of Mexico. Which means that the shear is not overwhelming the storm. It's impacting the storm a little bit, but the storm is still intensifying despite some moderate levels of shear.
You can also see Nora's outflow trying to push away this dry air to its north, which is also this exact dry air that's impacting Ida. And yeah, if this dry air gets cut off and the environment moistens, it only spells more trouble.
Yeah, and also one thing to note is that just yesterday we have partly been thinking about there may be being the potential that Nora's outflow might be some sheer influence on Ida. That possibility has now been completely out of the realm of possibilities. It's super unlikely to have an influence on Ida because the storm in the Atlantic Ida has been developing much faster than we have seen. It's looking much more mature than practically any of the models have been predicting by this time, and also this that's a bit pretty favorable interaction, so to speak, between those two tropical cyclone outflows. We have this upper level low in the middle, and both the outflows of Nora and the outflow of Ida is impinging on this upper level low and practically eroding it. So the outflow of Nora is actually kind of helping helping Ida to get less shear, because that's more pressure on this small trough to erode away and cut off. So it's a very unfortunate upper level steering situation with this. There's expected to be very low shear, very expansive outflow in the Gulf of Mexico. Ocean heat content, where the storm tracks, it tracks directly over the highest area of ocean heat content we have currently in the entire Atlantic basin, even higher than in the Western Caribbean, which is pretty impressive. Certainly not gonna be any problem. Oh, we could certainly see rapid intensification in the Gulf of Mexico up until landfall, and we are currently expecting Category 3 to Category 4 hurricane landfall. That could be even higher. It's a very dangerous and serious situation coming up on the Gulf Coast in about 2 days. I would certainly take this serious, and if you have an evacuation order, take it seriously and evacuate.
Well, the National Hurricane Center will be updating in just about an hour and a half. And they'll have the latest news on the storm and how strong it's getting. Whether they'll decide to bump up the number a little bit, we'll see. A question there: what is the CDPS rating for Ida's landfall in Cuba and for its landfall in Louisiana? I don't have the latest info on this.
CDPS for Cuba is a stage 5, and CDPS for the landfall in Louisiana is a stage 6, and that is assuming a category 3 landfall in Louisiana, I believe.
So the CDPS scale is a 10-tiered scale to measure the cyclone's potential destruction and impact based on a few parameters. The storm size, obviously the wind speed, the rainfall factor, all combines to produce that number. So a 5 out of 10 on the coast of Cuba, 6 out of 10 for the US Gulf Coast. Generally 5 and 6 is where it gets to become pretty devastating. I think it's described as. I can't remember whether catastrophic begins at stage 6 or 7, but that gets pretty close on here. It is based on damages that previous storms have caused in relation to those numbers, the data profiles of the storms, and that was created by our head cyclone analyst Devin Williams. He might be on later on. He can explain that with us in a lot more detail. But those who are familiar with us will know the CDPS pretty well by now.
I'd like to mention that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I was going to say the Cuban radar is finally updated now, so now we're only about a little under 30 minutes behind, not nearing an hour. So we're up to 3 p.m. Eastern on this, and wanted to know what you guys' thoughts are on these latest frames of the radar.
So still moving northwest. It's on the northern coast of the island now. On that latest frame, and especially when you add on another 30 minutes, which is where we're at now. So it's probably emerging over that small channel now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the nearby eye wall view for the radar. It's not the best. It doesn't really show. Really only shows the eye wall. Yeah, it's on that one. I'm gonna take a peek at that for a second here. That one shows the eye is still over land, but coming off a bit soon.
Yeah.
Now, a question that we got from a commenter just now, is Ida starting to get that shrimpy look? Well, I know what you mean.
Yeah, it has been presenting a little bit of that. It's a pretty classic look you have of a storm that is strengthening at a quick pace. So this is usually this kind of shrimp look. Yeah, really impressive look actually. It's improving by the hour. And also by the time it has between Cuba and the Isle of Youth, which is currently over, we could also have some additional strengthening, some reorganization before it goes into Cuba and is disrupted a little bit more. Weakening from Cuba, likely about 5 to 10 miles down, miles per hour down. So it's most likely to be a high-end tropical storm by the time it went over Cuba and re-enters the Gulf of Mexico, and then intensification is expected to resume, and this intensification is likely rapid because the environment is only getting more favorable until the Louisiana landfall.
Yep, you can get involved in the discussion on our Discord server if you want to take part in the chat that's going on there. I'm sure lots going on as we're on the air right now, discord.gg/force13 to take part in the chat there with our community. We're going to take a very short break here. We'll be back in just a moment with more on Hurricane Ida. Over the years, we've done updates and live coverage on literally hundreds of tropical cyclones, and in recent years, particularly in 2020, launching out in other regional channels, doing weather updates and coverages there as well. We also launched our Earthquakes channel in 2020 and are going forward on all fronts in 2021 with a community that's grown remarkably in the last year. But it's not just about you being along for the ride, we want you to enjoy yourself as well as an Ultimate fan, and that's why we've lined up a big chain of benefits for each various stages on our Ultimate Fan program. We're back on the air. This is Force 13 Live, and this is the latest on Hurricane Ida. There it is, headed towards the northwest right now, a Category 1 hurricane on the Saffir-Simpson scale, and by the looks of things, it is strengthening. We're currently giving it 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 987 millibars, and it's obviously a big threat to the coast of Cuba, and of course in the longer range towards the US Gulf Coast. Once again, I'm back with the team. My name is Nathan Foy, and I'm here with Isaac, Dimitri, Joey, Noah, and Xavier. Always an evolving situation as we continue to watch it on various satellite imagery views and, of course, on the radar. Isaac, what's the latest that you're seeing there on the radar imagery? If he's with us. He might have taken a break himself there. You can see the eye as it's moved closer to the Isle of Youth, striking the eastern coast and now sliding around to the northern side. And we'll continue to move over that channel, the Gulf of Batabano, I believe, and then into probably the Pinar del Rio region of Cuba, although it is on the border with Artemisa. It will then pass over that small mountain range. I'm not sure if it's actual mountains or if it's just tall hills or what the terrain profile is and the highest peaks, but then it will move out into the Atlantic again, into the Gulf of Mexico, and that's when we will probably see much of the storm's strengthening phase. We're happy to take more questions as we go along here. That is one of our main purposes. A question there: would it be reasonable for people in the path of Ida to prepare as if it will be a Category 5 at landfall, just in case?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. This storm is looking like a serious threat at the moment. So I think it is definitely the time to prepare now. Also, just to mention this, since we have two storms hitting in areas, if you're in western and north Mexico, you are also gotta prepare for Nora as well. Gotta mention that because preparation for both storms, or if you're in the path of either storm, preparation's key. If you are under the path of Laura, weather radio is critical. There could be a good chance that power will go out if you haven't already evacuated from low-lying areas. So you have to somehow find a way to get multiple ways of getting alerts.
Just
so
to mention,
that is a key thing to note here.
Sorry, just to mention about Nora there, the probably moving east of the forecast by the looks of things, so that hurricane watch is still on for Lazaro, Cardenas to Cabo Corrientes. Tropical storm warning for Tecpan de Galeana to San Blas, Mexico, and a tropical storm watch north of there to Mazatlan. There was a show of support from Sonny Quackers earlier. Very interesting name. Maybe it was just for that. But thanks very much for tuning in. We're doing our level best to ensure that we do good coverage on this upcoming storm. Ida is obviously the main feature of our production, and it's going to be, by the looks of things, a very serious situation. Jack King says, do you think this hurricane would be like Betsy of 1965? It seems like it will strike near the same area as Betsy and as a major hurricane as well. Now, Betsy's a long time ago, so everyone was trying to rummage through their brains to picked that one out. That was
Well,
the one
Betsy
that
was kind of
swept
weird.
westward, wasn't it?
Yeah, Betsy was a much weirder track considering the fact it formed in the main development region. However, it curved into the western Atlantic, made it some kind of weird V-shaped loop back into the Bahamas, and then, of course, came in from the southeast, and then, of course, it made landfall just south of New Orleans. So, in terms of direction, no, this is not exactly as extreme. Because this isn't going to be coming in that much of a curve or diagonal pattern. This is going to be coming pretty much northwest, not extreme. Well, northwest, not extremely northwest, or pretty much not. I'm trying to say this right. Basically, you had a gradual curve when it came to Betsy. This isn't going to be as gradual of a curve because of the fact it's going to be slowing down significantly. Betsy didn't do that, and needless to say, it's going to be a little bit. If it makes a Cat 4 landfall, it'd probably be a little bit more impactful than what Betsy did. At least to Louisiana, that is.
Another question is the high pressure system from the north keeping it from taking an even path with the rapid intensification that will happen in the Gulf? I'll defer to you guys on that one.
What's the question again?
A high pressure system from the north, is it keeping it from taking an even path, in essence?
Yeah. So the high pressure is roughly over the northern Gulf Coast, steering it pretty much directly towards the northwest. And by the time it makes landfall, it's roughly at the nose of this high pressure, and then will bend around it and slow down a bit. So that's why we have this long northwesterly track towards the landfall. And then after or just at landfall, a little bit turning inland and slowing down during this turn. Yeah.
Do you think that a 90 mile per hour landfall in Cuba is reasonable given its organization trend? Question there from Raphael.
Maybe not 90. I mean, it's probably has been disrupted at least tiny bits by the pass over the Isle of Youth. It has, and the amount of warm water between the Isle of Youth and Cuba is a little bit limited, so it would probably only take about 1 or 2 hours to pass over this warm water. 85 is definitely reasonable, and if it does make a 90 mile an hour landfall in Cuba, that means it would be a 85 to 80 mile an hour hurricane when it enters the Gulf of Mexico, which would be really bad.
Lucas says, do we have an idea of what September could look like this year? Well, it will start off with what looks like two Atlantic storms, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think we will have an MDR hurricane, which is going to recurve. There doesn't appear to be a pattern where we have storms going relatively south towards the Caribbean and the United States East Coast. Typical recurving storms pattern coming up with a lot of low pressure systems in the northwestern Atlantic and north of the MDR, relatively weak ridging. There is the potential for more homegrown systems, and it already appears that to me that the Caribbean is much more favorable than usual. Especially when you look at the sea surface temperature anomalies in the Eastern Pacific, directly paralleling the latitude of the Caribbean. You see that those are mostly just at or slightly below average, and the Caribbean SSTs are mostly above average, and the entire Atlantic is practically above average right now. So yeah, it appears that the Caribbean is pretty favorable for those homegrown systems this year, which would mean that we could potentially see more. There have been signals on the GFS that there might be one after Ida, homegrown system in the Caribbean. And also, we have the MJO currently in a pretty favorable phase, and also the a massive convectively coupled Calvin wave, which is I think still over the Eastern Pacific, but it's going to move into the Atlantic over Africa, and I'd imagine that the first half of September will definitely be pretty active in terms of named storms, hurricanes, and so on.
Well, that doesn't sound very fun. Back to the infrared imagery of Ida right now, and it's, I mean, some people might suggest that it's starting to look a bit of a mess all of a sudden, and it's starting to tear itself apart a little bit. Obviously, it's not quite as dramatic as that, but it is mostly waning in its convection, markedly in the last hour. Could it be a possibility that this island might be more of a foe than what it first looked, given that it's only
I don't see that. I don't see it. So
a few dozen feet above land?
I pretty much expected it to be around this magnitude in terms of waning convection. When the storm re-enters the Gulf, you are not likely to see it. It's not likely you see very deep convection near the core, maybe minus 50s to minus 60s at most. So it's pretty expected that this even this minor land interaction causes some of the convection to wane down a little bit, and it still has a pretty deep convective core with this big half circle shaped area of 70s south of the center. So I
All
pretty
right.
much expect it to be. Yeah.
Lots more questions. How big will Ida be, possibly in terms of size, in the Gulf of Mexico? Another decent question. I think I had it marked down at Landfall that it had about a, I think it was around a 200-mile radius tropical storm wind field on the eastern side. But I'm not sure. That might have been a little bit less, but certainly quite sizable. But what is definitely true, Noah, right, is that the eastern side will have the larger wind field by some distance. At least that's what I've been observing. Let's take some more questions. How far east can we expect impacts from Ida, currently in the western Florida panhandle? Well, it's interesting. We'd like to know where, really, because Pensacola, I think, is up above 30% chance of tropical storm force winds. The furthest east, I would suggest that you'll feel anything, is probably just the extreme coast of Florida, really. And we're talking about a breeze, maybe, and of course, obviously, with the hurricane in the Gulf, it will cause dangerous rip currents. And another question there, why are the cloud tops so cold for August? Are they cold for August? I've not really heard that before.
I don't think they're very cold for the Western Caribbean. Usually when you have more bubbling convection, that's gonna be colder than a full ring around a tropical storm, around a hurricane. So if we would have a low 70s, upper 70s ring around the entire storm with a clear eye, that would be unnormal for August, but yeah, it's pretty normal, I'd say, for bubbling convection.
And do you think Hurricane Lily could be the closest comparison to Ida?
No.
No, I didn't think so either.
Hurricane Lily
Late
was,
season.
first of all, it was in October,
Yeah.
and it got absolutely sheared just before landfall and collapsed from a Category 4 down to a Category 1.
That is probably one
in
of
very,
the most rapid collapses we've seen in the region.
yeah. One similar one would be probably Opal, but that still made a landfall as a major hurricane. We're not expecting the storm to collapse due to high shear in any way. If anything, shear is gonna increase all the way down, all the way up to landfall. And also, sea surface temperatures are a lot higher than in October. So Lily had both very low sea surface temperatures up there and a high shear, and both is the opposite for Ida. It does sound bad, but the closest analog, historically speaking, there's no two ways about it, is Hurricane Camille of 1969.
Oh joy.
That has also been what Devin has been saying, and I totally agree. Based on track and the intensity so far, and what the expected track and also the intensity is, Camille appears to be by far the best analog, and also in terms of a little bit in terms of the environment. I know that Camille had a similarly expansive outflow channel towards the equatorial direction on the eastern side. And also in terms of size, it appears that both systems are relatively small.
I do agree, though. As much as it pains me to say it, looking at the satellite imagery just as a whole, imagery was poor in 1969, but from what we saw of it, they look pretty similar.
Yeah, and that just shows what the storm can do in the Gulf of Mexico. Very high intensity is possible. That doesn't mean it certainly will go to 900 millibar, but that's roughly the upper ceiling that the storm has, the realistic upper ceiling that it goes to Category 5 intensity and above.
Wow. Where was I? Oh yes, there was a question earlier about sea surface temperatures underneath the storm right now. So in that little gulf there off the coast of Cuba, there's a slot of, it's actually warmer waters than the Caribbean itself, 30 degrees, possibly pushing 31. Could it make a difference?
The thing I say usually is that above 29.5 degrees, it doesn't make a big difference in terms of sea surface temperatures. But of course, when you have sea surface temperatures compared, like 31 to 29.5 degrees, you have more heat release possible and much more heat flux into the storm, which is of course a favorable effect. So the sea surface temperatures around 31 degrees Celsius are absolutely perfect for rapid development. And they're expected to go up to 31 degrees Celsius in the Gulf of Mexico by the time it makes landfall. Shortly before then, we're gonna have about 31 degrees sea surface temperatures, and before that, roughly throughout its entire duration, about 30 degrees. And of course, as we mentioned before, it's gonna likely track over the area of the highest ocean heat content in the entire Atlantic basin right now, which is this loop current just south of Louisiana right now, which is pretty concerning. It looks to be tracking right over this tongue of the highest ocean heat content in the Gulf of Mexico. So will be absolutely no problems with the sea surface temperatures at all. And if the storm is struggling in any way, which is unlikely, it's gonna be from other things than sea surface temperatures. Most likely is
the most likely thing to hold some intensification. That isn't that that has to happen, but that's a possibility. It could happen that there is some little dry air intrusion just after it passes Cuba with southwesterly shear, and also a little bit drier MS on the southwestern side. But I wouldn't count on that, and I wouldn't count on that even if it happens to hold the intensification, which we expect to a degree which would make any difference for the people in the hurricane affected areas, which are currently under hurricane watch.
Alright, Noah, I want your thoughts on this. On the screen right now is the latest Gfs Ensembles laid across the map. I find that pretty staggering that none of them take it east of New Orleans, really.
Currently on the screen, yeah, it takes some time that I get the screen right now. So yeah, now I have it.
Does that surprise you? Because it surprises me.
There has to be some delay because I'm still seeing the I think that's the cone. Oh wait, the pink lines are the GFS.
These are the ensembles right now.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so there appears to be pretty good consensus on this. I think that's Lafayette.
Well, that was the main thing I was going to point out. Good consensus, but I'm surprised none of it really go east of New Orleans, considering that we've been talking time and again about the cone shifting east.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So, I know I'm also seeing some members going into Central Texas, which is weird. You could probably discount those. But yeah, there seems to be overwhelming consensus that I think that's correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the Lafayette area in Louisiana.
Let's zoom right into this area here. So Lafayette, just east of there, really. Yeah, Baton Rouge.
So
would appear to be the dead point for it by the looks of things. And just for those interested about Nora, well, there's the GFS ensembles there. Most of them have it missing land, and just shooting up the Gulf of California, and hopefully no big land impact there. But those are the models, and I know you got a delay there, Noah. Oh, actually, it shows the invest there as well. Look, I think that's current, showing invest 98. All of it take it out to sea. You'll be pleased to know. Is that true? Oh yes, yeah. The GFS was showing that it would move pretty much due north. But yes, those are the what the ensembles are saying right now. Just a quick look. We'll have a proper look at the GFS probably in the next hour. Let's take one or two more questions before we go to a break. A landfall. A question here: is a landfall on Grand Isle and slightly further east near Buras Triumph possible or even likely? And if so, how would this change the situation for New Orleans? Now, Grand Isle is, if I'm not mistaken,
just south of New Orleans.
Yes, down there. It's looking like it will be west of there, though.
Yep.
So, is it possible? I suppose it is possible, but it's not likely at this stage. But I imagine it would be pretty bad news if that happened.
Yep.
And let's just see. Can an IWAR replacement cycle be a limiting factor for Ida? Of course, it can always sneak in and mess things up for a day or two. What do we think?
It could definitely slow intensification for a time, but what an IWAR replacement cycle will do is it will just expand the wind field of the storm, so more areas would see impacts from the system as it makes its landfall in Louisiana. So it could definitely, if it does happen, it could slow intensification, but then more areas will be under impact from tropical storm force winds and such.
All right, well, at this point, we're going to elect to take another break here. We'll be back in a few moments with the latest information on Hurricane Ida with the National Hurricane Center update right around the corner. In an hour's time, we'll be able to bring that to you live when they come out with the latest information. We'll be back in a short moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Force 13's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Ida as it moves into the channel that separates the Isle of Youth from the main island of Cuba itself. The provinces of Pinar del Rio and Artemisa are ahead of it, with a second landfall expected later this evening. Ida currently has estimated winds of 80 miles per hour and a pressure around 986 millibars, according to Force 13's latest analysis. Hurricane warnings remain in effect for the Cuban coastlines there. Storm surge watch and a hurricane watch for the Gulf Coast. No warnings out yet. That will change probably either tonight or tomorrow. My guess will be tomorrow morning, but who knows, it may well be tonight. National Hurricane Center will update at the end of this hour And then we will be finishing our coverage for now, for then, at the end of the hour. And then we will have more live discussion in our live tropical weather bulletin at midnight UTC, which is 8 p.m. on the US East Coast. My name is Nathan Foy in the studio once again, and in this hour I am joined by my team again, who will discuss the many various working parts of this storm. We have Isaac, Dimitri, Ethan, Joey, Noah, and Xavier. Good afternoon, evening to you all as time is getting on.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, visible imagery starting to show off the storm a little bit. Let's take a look at the infrared once again. There it is, and the tiniest little bit of convection blowing up right now.
Very interesting to see this. The massive convective burst that we've been having all throughout this afternoon has sort of died off, and now convection is refiring. This is probably a sign of additional intensification that's ongoing right now, perhaps. Only a little bit of time before the storm makes landfall in Cuba, and this will be undoubtedly a hurricane landfall.
And that'll be the second one. Of course, if you have questions for us during this hour, please send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to get onto them straight away. Like Therese's question just now, what's the max surge a 130 mile an hour Ida could bring, since Katrina brought 33 feet?
As of right now, of course, with the 120 mile an hour landfall in the cards, I'm pretty sure they were going with 7 to 11. I'm not sure if that went up a little bit.
It's the same last time I checked, which was about a few minutes ago.
And needless to say, once you have a category 4, that would probably bring up the chances of, seeing 13 to 15 feet of storm surge possible with that one. And that is, I'm pretty sure what we're going to be forecasting soon here. Maybe the National Hurricane Center. Not sure if they're going to follow suit. You'll see what happens. Of course, the National Hurricane Center advisory is coming out in just under an hour.
And I also posted something interesting, a microwave pass, pretty good looking microwave pass, into the live output channel. So I think we could take a look at this.
Everything's broken on my end at the minute. Just a moment, I'll try and get that to the screen. Alright, there it is right now. Noah?
So yeah, it shows that we are looking at a pretty vigorous curved band, and it hasn't gotten a closed eye wall on that yet, but it's definitely in the progress of wrapping this convection up shear. You can see it's already somewhat ready with it, and that's a typical pattern where you when first looks like you might have a huge eye, but in the end it closes, it contracts more, and um, eventually forms a smaller eye. All what this is telling us right now is that the storm is intensifying, wrapping convection up shear, and has a pretty good pattern to work on later intensification right now.
Just like to also mention, I have updated the radar, and last frame was about a little over 15 minutes ago, and just wanted to hear what you guys think about these latest frames coming in from the radar in Cuba.
Yeah, I think we can see that the core itself has been disrupted a bit from we saw a clear eye on earlier on before landfall, and after going over the Isle of Youth, it has been disrupted a bit. But there seems to be new attempts to wrap convection up shear and form a new eye wall, especially with those reds, with those little bit of red coming up in the western side of the center, which pretty much shows exactly what we've been seeing on this microwave pass. So some disruption of the core happened, and the previously with the eye that previously had very low precipitation has been filled in, but there are new attempts to form a ring on consolidated eye wall. I would say this is based on both the microwave imagery and the radar loop. And also, if you have such a big band, which you can see is already over Cuba, and the storm gets disrupted by the center gets disrupted by land, it's pretty easy to rewrap convection up shear if you have such a pattern, because there's so much pressure from convection of this band trying to wrap around again. So a pretty healthy structure to survive a lot of those core disruptions with a pretty good intensity, I'd say. Yeah.
So we continue to look at the radar imagery on our screen right now, and I would suggest that it's showing that the center is now moving off the northern coast of the Isle of Youth. And then it's a 30-mile hop to the coast of Cuba there. And it looks like it might make landfall on maybe the widest part of that little limb there. So that is probably a 40-mile passage over land and then out into the open Gulf.
So the question is, how fast is the storm moving at the current time? Because 40 miles that should be around 3 to 4 hours of disruption, if I'm right. How
Just a
fast is
little.
it moving?
It's moving to my understanding. It's moving to the northwest at 15, and I just did a
Oh,
measurement on radar scope, and it's roughly about 40-45 miles wide. That little stretch of land.
so it's gonna take about 3 to 4 hours to cross Cuba, and that's not enough time to bring down the winds significantly, like 20 or 15 miles per hour. It's unlikely to do such a big downward trend in intensity after passing the island. It's more likely to get a little hump down, have a lot of the convection waning initially, and when it goes back into the Gulf, refiring the convection and basically remoisturing its boundary layer, and then resuming intensification and going off at a pretty rapid pace, we expect.
Let's throw it back to some visible imagery. I don't think there's that much time for... Well, there's still quite a bit of daylight, actually. What am I talking about? It's usually the tropical weather bulletin hour that we get sunset. But you can see there, once again, quite clear on the visible imagery that a little blow-up of convection, only a modest one so far. A question there, what are rainfall estimates for Ida in Louisiana and Mississippi? Pretty high. We could be looking at isolated maximums of 20 inches.
I was just about to comment on that because the rainfall probabilities have increased from the Weather Prediction Center regarding Ida. I've got those values currently up on my screen. And earlier today, we did say that there was a very small pocket of 15 to 20 inches south of New Orleans. Look at how much that's grown now. That's quite significant. But just really anywhere over 4 to 6 inches, so anywhere in this yellow area and above, is a lot of rainfall for U.S. standards. So certainly this is a lot of rainfall that's going to fall, and it wouldn't surprise me if these red and pink areas extended to Mississippi and Alabama or Tennessee even, because this is going to be a very slow-moving storm, really from the time it moves inland to Louisiana to whenever it dissipates. It's going to be a very slow-moving storm as it pushes inland, which is very concerning to say the least.
Yeah, of course, heavy rainfall, that's just one of the biggest threats with this, on top of the wind with this. I mean, we're seeing a slowing down tropical cyclone, and with past experience with previous slow-moving Gulf storms, that never really ends well if you're not taking the necessary action. That's why if you're in one of those watches, you definitely need to be preparing right now. This is your time to actually get things squared away. You're running out of time. You got about 36 hours tops before all action, all preparations need to be rushed to completion. So, needless to say, this is a very significant storm. This is not something to be taken down lightly. Of course, even though it may not look as good as it did before landfall and all, with Cuba and all, this doesn't mean this is the end. This is far from the end. This is only the beginning. We've got quite a bit of ways to go. Of course, we got the rapid intensification phase to go through. We got the slowing down phase to go through. And needless to say, those two just don't mix well at all together, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're allowing that to happen. So, do what you need to do. You need to watch this very carefully. If you have friends, family, any kind of people you know down there, please let them know. If you're in an evacuation zone, evacuate. Especially if it's a mandatory zone. You definitely do not want to be staying. This is not a storm to hunker down for.
Do we have any information on the extent of locations under those evacuations? I know we heard little bits throughout the day.
I do know that all of metropolitan New Orleans that is not under the levee system has been ordered to evacuate, which is a large part of the metro, which is very serious to say the least.
So was that mandatory?
Yes, mandatory.
Some more questions coming in. When do we expect hurricane warnings to occur? Well, they tend to do it around 48 hours, so that's coming up soon.
I was hearing the. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was listening to the discussion from the National Weather Service and Lake Charles, and they're indicating that they believe that the warnings will start to be issued later tonight.
Yeah, if I had to guess, they will upgrade to hurricane warning at the 11 p.m. Eastern Time advisory, which won't be this upcoming one, but the one afterwards. I could be wrong. They could do it in 45 minutes. Well, it's just a matter of waiting and seeing at this point, because it's pretty inevitable that hurricane warning is going to be issued. Just a matter of time.
More questions. Has the land interaction temporarily weakened it back to a tropical storm?
No.
That's wishful thinking.
No.
I think
Not
if
so
anything, it's
much.
at least maintain its intensity for now. If anything.
We'd be delighted if it had weakened back to a tropical storm.
We would be, but at least from what I'm seeing, Cuba, as far as like the mountainous part of it goes, is doing absolutely nothing to the storm, which is not what anyone wanted to hear.
And even if this hypothetically went over the kind of the widest chunk of Cuba there, it could still easily rapidly intensify back over the Gulf of Mexico. We saw that with a similar thing happened with Grace not too long ago over the Yucatan. It went from a 65 mile an hour tropical storm to a high-end Cat 3 in about 36 hours, and that was in the Bay of Campeche. And this is going to go over the Gulf of Mexico, which has higher risk of getting a lot stronger than Grace did, to say the least. So, just because this is going over land and about to go over more land here with Cuba does not necessarily mean it's gonna, be weakened from here and it's gonna only peak as, a Cat 1 or whatever. It's still got plenty of time to increase in speed in intensity after making landfall in Cuba again.
Yeah, and it might look pretty. There,
usually when you have land interaction, the storm looks pretty waning in convection. So you might see convection only being around -50, -60 top by the time it's over the water again. But then you're gonna likely see convective bursts refiring, and how divergent the environment is in the upper levels, and combined with how warm the sea surface temperatures are, this storm won't have any problem with firing enough convection to um start remoisturing the boundary layer and to intensify um and reorganize itself after land interaction. And as I pointed out earlier, this big band which is feeding a lot of the upshear convection which is wrapping into the core, this is already over Cuba, and partly, if I look again, it's already over Cuba, and this will be passing over Cuba a lot earlier, and might produce convection that is wrapping into the core earlier than the core is actually over water.
Just got a new frame on radar here, so it's about roughly 20 minutes out of date. And it looks more interesting here. That western band really deepening a little bit in terms of the color scale on this radar.
Oh yeah. You can really see this wrapping around and trying to form a new consolidated eye wall. Pretty interesting radar look right there.
Certainly, and let's just hope. I really hope this radar stays online, because we already have the Key West radar down. So we really want this one to stay up here as long as possible. See what's going on in the structure with this.
Yeah, and also looking at IR satellite, you can see new convective bursts just around the center, going up, one in the northern quadrant, one in the south, one in the southern side. So there is new convection firing, and will probably be until it goes over Cuba, with the center, and then we're gonna likely see convection waning, and then regaining a lot of deep convection when it is over the Gulf again. And keep in mind, 48 hours, 2 days, might not seem that long to intensify to Category 4 major hurricane intensity, but if you really think about it, when it's at 70 miles an hour, uh, in the Gulf again, 48 hours with such an environment is a long time, and the ceiling of the storm, the upper ceiling, is definitely extremely high, into Category 5 intensity, definitely. So if I would be in New Orleans on the coast, I would definitely prepare for Category 5 sustained winds at this time. Not that it has to happen, that we get such an intense storm, but if the core ends up relatively small, there's the possibility is certainly there.
Alright then, I think now we're going to go to the model zone and show what the GFS has been cooking up. This is going back to the 12Z run. Of course, the 18Z run will come out in about 2 hours. So 12Z had the storm there approaching the Isle of Youth. Let's just see how it did verification just on that very first point on the landfall there. Has it just about reaching hurricane status? It's done a little bit better than that. And then into the Gulf, off it goes. Then it starts to intensify a little bit, high-end Category 1 there. Over the central point of the Gulf, that's Category 2, getting towards Category 3. There's Category 3 most likely. And then on towards the Gulf Coast, Louisiana. Let's just get a point here, what those wind speeds are. Actually, Category 2 wind speeds there, 105 miles an hour, but of course the GFS does underestimate winds. And then into land, the landfall point there is, now where exactly is that? That's obviously, that's not far from Morgan City actually, south of there, just southeast I think. And then moving further north, overland obviously, and over Mississippi, tropical storm, and on it goes. Looking long range across the Atlantic Ocean, what else have we got? Let's see how those invests do. Well, you've got one that becomes a weak system here, possibly a tropical storm briefly, but not very strong. The other one is up here, and I'm not sure what happens to that. Not much by the looks of it on that latest run. And then eventually, when we enter the first days of September, we get this massive thing that appears off the coast of Africa and is also trying to shrimp itself there. I'm not sure it'll look like that once it happens, but I think you get the idea that something's going to happen in the Eastern Atlantic next week. East Pacific, looking at Nora, you can quite clearly see here, if nothing else shows it, this model run shows the difference in the sizes of these storms in the wind field, the green areas all being tropical storm force winds, and Nora gets its act together pretty quickly on that GFS run, becoming a Category 1 hurricane and then making landfall, just clipping the western coast of Mexico there, and actually completely fizzling out, dying off very quickly indeed. Looking over here, this is actually the remnants of Marty right here, and those remnants persist for a little while. Not much to talk about, but just interesting that that's persisting. And in the Western Pacific, I can tell you with a fair amount of glee that there is absolutely nothing planned there for the next 7 days. So we're really just looking at the Atlantic.
Just like to cut in and say that Lafourche Parish will enact a mandatory evacuation for all of the parish starting at 5 in the morning Saturday, and they specifically want that to happen for people in low-lying areas, mobile homes, and RVs. And again, this is for Lafourche Parish in Louisiana. Also, quickly, wanted to note that a NOAA 2 plane has taken off into Ida, so we'll see. Looks like we'll see more reconnaissance data when that makes it to the storm shortly.
Thank you very much. Let's take a look at rainfall projections for the next 7 days. Now this is rainfall that will happen from the point of the model run onwards. So we're looking at from noon today and onwards. Doesn't count rain that's already fallen today in Cuba's case. So here we are right now. Further rainfall, a significant part there, 10 inches for one part of Cuba. And I'm not familiar with Cuban geography. That's Matanzas province. The Isle of Youth looking at around 5 or 6 inches. The western part of Cuba, not so much really, 3 to 4 inches, despite all of that convection that we saw. Then into the Gulf of Mexico. Obviously, we're following that trail, and as you can see, as it gets closer to the Louisiana coast, you can see those rainfall numbers escalate. And actually quite large amounts of the coast of the United States will be experiencing a high amount of rainfall. Look over there into Florida. All around the Big Bend, you're looking at 4 inches of rain in the next 7 days, probably in some way associated with this storm. As you move up towards Panama City, 6 inches. Pensacola, you're looking around 6 to 7 inches. Mobile, 5. And moving over towards Biloxi and Gulfport, around 8 inches of rain. And then, of course, the main area, assuming that landfall is in this area here, you're looking at around, on the eastern side of the storm, 16 inches there. New Orleans coming in western side of the city, around 12 or 13 inches. And then moving inland, you're looking into Mississippi well inland, 5 inches in Tupelo. And looking further towards the northeast, it continues towards Nashville, 3 inches and onwards. So another, that if it's not surge and if it's not wind, rainfall is going to be a big factor wherever you are.
I think we're now joined by Nelson, but I wonder if he's going to stay muted.
Well, we heard from Nelson earlier, but if he's with us again, we'd be happy to hear from him.
Yeah, I was just coming on to mention that if a mandatory evacuation is ordered for residents of the city of New Orleans, it has been done for areas outside of the levee. But if the mandatory evacuation is extended, there will be pickup locations across the city. There are 17 different pickup locations, and evacuees will be brought to the Smoothie King Center, which is the basketball arena next to the Superdome. People are allowed to bring one carry-on size bag, but this does not include medical devices or diaper bags for children. Masks will be provided at the shelters for everyone. And so that's just an update on what the city of New Orleans is planning to do to get people out if a mandatory evacuation is extended citywide.
How likely do you think that's going to be, Nelson?
Right now, I'd probably put it at 50-50. You know, being on the streams and watching the satellites and all that, in many cases, all we can do is just wait and watch. I unfortunately haven't seen any recent comments from the mayor or city council members about the likelihood of the evacuation being extended to cover the entire city. But, you know, it's just one of those things. It could go either way, and so people need to be prepared for that, because a mandatory evacuation means there will be no public services. If for some reason you are trapped, if for some reason a gas line breaks and a fire starts, the police, the EMS, and the fire department will not come out to serve you. That's what a mandatory evacuation means. It means if you don't leave, you're on your own, and you can't blame the government.
Thank you for that, Nelson. Anything else?
No, other than it's raining, and that's fairly annoying considering the new rainfall totals I've just seen projected of my area nearing up to 20 inches. So I just wanted to pop in, give a little update. I'm continuing my preparations since I was last on. I've been to the bank, withdrawn cash. Make sure that if you are in an affected area, you have cash on you. If there's no power, there are no credit card machines. And if you need to buy supplies, buy food, do anything for up to a good week after the storm, you're going to need to have cash on you. So I would recommend that everybody get cash out of the banks. The banks are very busy at this point. And also gas stations are beginning to run out of fuel at this point.
All right, Nelson. Well, hope the planning continues to go all right, and obviously there could be, we'll probably be hearing from you more over the coming days.
Yes, and make sure that you follow us on Twitter at Force13 and at Force13US. We will be sending out information from all different agencies, not only from the city of New Orleans and places in Louisiana, but places like Mobile, Ocean Springs, Biloxi, Mississippi. These impacts are going to be very wide-ranging, and so we can't just focus on where the storm is going to hit, but where it's actually going to impact, and that's going to be huge as we see it right now.
All right, thank you.
I've also got some huge, massively good news. Low-level reconnaissance has just taken off from Florida.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the NOAA 2 plane I was talking about earlier.
That's a bit of good news there. We're going to take a short break here, and then we'll have the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Their updates will be coming in shortly. Over the years, we've done updates and live coverage on literally hundreds of tropical cyclones, and in recent years, particularly in 2020, launching out in other regional channels, doing weather updates and coverages there as well. We also launched our Earthquakes channel in 2020 and are going forward on all fronts in 2021 with a community that's grown remarkably in the last year. But it's not just about you being along for the ride, we want you to enjoy yourself as well as an Ultimate fan, and that's why we've lined up a big chain of benefits for each various stages on our Ultimate Fan program. Force 13 Live, this is the latest on Hurricane Ida, which is, well, probably still strengthening or at least maintaining its intensity as it approaches Pinar del Rio in western Cuba. It's currently over the gulf that separates it from the Isle of Youth, which it made landfall on about an hour and a half ago. Joining me once again is the team. Obviously, there's myself, Nathan Foy, here in the studio. We have Isaac, Dimitri, Ethan, Joey, Noah, and Xavier, and we'll all be receiving the news together when the National Hurricane Center puts out their 5 p.m. Eastern Time updates. We're expecting that soon. For the meantime, let's take one more look at all of our imagery, and let's throw it back to Isaac, actually, with the latest radar. So you can see the progression of the storm's eye there. Generally a northwestward movement, has probably only just made landfall. It looks like it really sliced through the northeastern part of the island there. And then off back out over that gulf, which does have a name, and I forgot it, the Gulf of Batabano. And then into the western part of Cuba, Pinar del Rio and Artemisa, those provinces that will be receiving the worst of the hurricane.
Forgot I was unmuted there, but yeah, this is a new radar frame in the 410 Eastern radar frame, and as you can see in that last frame, it definitely appears to be trying to form a new eye feature there after the old one got kind of disrupted by the Isle of Youth. So really interesting data we're getting here from the radar site.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not sure how much information to reiterate from the last advisory with the new stuff coming in soon, but just to read out what they had from the intermediate advisory in terms of land effects and hazards. So storm surge obviously will raise water levels by as much as 4 to 6 feet above normals in areas of onshore winds along the immediate coast of the Isle of Youth and near and to the east of where the center crosses the coast of western Cuba. Near the coast, the surge will be accompanied by large and destructive waves. So then you have the forecasts for the US Gulf Coast right now, and this is likely to change. Morgan City, Louisiana to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, including Lake Bourne, 7 to 11 feet. Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge to Morgan City, Louisiana, including Vermilion Bay, 4 to 7 feet. Ocean Springs, Mississippi to the border with Alabama, 4 to 7 feet. The Mississippi-Alabama border to the Alabama-Florida border, including Mobile Bay, 3 to 5 feet. Lake Pontchartrain, 4 to 6 feet. Lake Maurepas, 3 to 5 feet. And Sabine Pass to Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, 2 to 4 feet. Overtopping of local levees outside of the hurricane and storm damage risk reduction system is possible where local inundation values may be higher than those shown above. Rainfall expected to produce total accumulations of 6 to 10 inches with maximum totals of 15 across Jamaica still, interestingly. Rainfall totals of 8 to 12 inches with isolated maximum amounts of 20 expected across the Cayman Islands and western Cuba, including the Isle of Youth. And then for the US, Sunday afternoon onwards, total rainfall accumulations of 8 to 16 inches with isolated maximums of 20 possible from southeast Louisiana to coastal Mississippi and Alabama through Monday morning. And then expected to turn northeast as it moves inland later on Monday with rainfall totals of 4 to 8 inches possible across southern and central Mississippi, which is likely to result in considerable flash urban small stream and riverine flooding. This means basically that after the storm makes landfall, regardless of what intensity it is, this will keep rolling on afterwards with those potentially flooding rains as the storm moves inland for a good maybe couple or even more than 2 days. Considering that large parts of the US, eastern part of the US, has been hit by more than one storm's rains already, haven't they?
Yep, we've already earlier in the year we had Bill moved off the East Coast. That caused some rough weather. Danny hit the Carolinas, I think, as a weak tropical storm. And we also had Claudette hit as well. Got Elsa as well. And now got this one coming.
And you know what this year's like? We're not even halfway through the season yet, and I don't even remember some of these storms. It's crazy.
And also, all of them have been impacting land, except for, I think Bill was the last one. Anna and Bill weren't any land thing, and after those, everything has been going into land.
It's been a while since we showed the National Hurricane Center forecast cone. This was the earlier one from 11 a.m. Let's just show you how that changed at the 2 p.m. advisory. Looks like it went north of forecast there. So at 5 p.m. we are probably going to see an eastward shift of the cone a little bit. We'll see what that means when it happens, but you could still say almost that anywhere in that hurricane watch could still get the center of the storm's eye.
Just waiting on the new advisories from the National Hurricane Center on both Nora and Ida. Nothing yet from them, but I imagine that they will probably be increasing the peak intensity forecast for Ida. I know at their latest cone, that was at 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Central, they did forecast a peak of 120 miles per hour. And that will probably be increased. To what number, I can't say. It's only a matter of time before the NHC goes with what they have.
Got some new frames on the radar. And wow, the eye has really come back on radar. Take a look at this improvement.
Let's have a look. Well, there it is. I mean, can't mistake where it's going. And isn't that still going north of forecast?
It kind of looks to me that this large area of clearance might be a little bit of break, and that the actual center is a little bit more towards the west of this.
Okay.
A little bit more where the banding is. So I'm not really sold on this being an exact eye feature.
The update's out. A storm surge warning and a hurricane warning have been issued for the US Gulf Coast. A storm surge warning has been issued from east of Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana, to the Mississippi-Alabama border, including Vermilion Bay, Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain, and Lake Maurepas. A hurricane warning has been issued for the coast of Louisiana from Intracoastal City to the mouth of the Pearl River, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and metropolitan New Orleans. A tropical storm warning has been issued for the northern Gulf Coast from the mouth of the Pearl River to the Mississippi-Alabama border, and also for the coast of Louisiana from west of Intracoastal City to Cameron. They are giving it 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 985 millibars and a peak of 140 miles per hour.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, that's you didn't think they'd probably go for it, but there it is. 140 mile an hour peak is now their prediction.
Is their landfall also 140?
Most likely, that's the last point before land.
Okay. Yeah, then they're also like. Yeah, go ahead.
140 miles an hour is a category 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mid-range Cat 4, actually.
Okay.
And if I'm not mistaken, they are now calling for landfall to occur. Just trying to get this right. I think it might have. I think it's going to be a very tiny shift east. if I'm not mistaken. When the new cone comes out, we'll let you know. But that's the information right now. Breaking news, a storm surge warning and a hurricane warning has now been issued for the coast of Louisiana. The storm surge warning extends as far as the Mississippi-Alabama border. Hurricane warning includes New Orleans. And the National Hurricane Center are now expecting a 140 mile per hour peak before striking central Louisiana.
Another thing to note is that not only 140 mile an hour wind peak they're expecting with that 145 knot or 165 mile an hour wind gusts along with that.
Category 5 gusts.
Yeah.
I also think that with this peak, might be that Cat 5 is within their standard deviation of wind forecast. If when the NHC is putting out such an intense forecast, Category 5 intensity is definitely not out of the cards. And if I would be in southern Louisiana, I would definitely prepare for a Category 5 landfall.
Crikey.
It's just even unfathomable to even think that that's a possibility. That it certainly is a possibility.
Yeah.
The new cone is out, and they might. I'm not sure if they have shifted. Well, it's about the same, I think. And we'll try and get the new cone to you as soon as we have it here.
I just got it, so I'll post it in a second.
Let's see if we can get it updated. There it is. So that's the new cone, and the 140 mile an hour dot there is at 2 p.m. Sunday. And as you can see, that's not far from landfall.
They do forecast Cuba to not impact the storm at all, and their 12-hour point is just off the coast with winds of 100 miles per hour. So that is pretty much no impact on the storm structure with Cuba, which is very, very nervous to say the least.
Well, that's probably gonna leave us reeling for a while.
You know, it's bad when even the reconnaissance planes are having to get out of Dodge over in Louisiana.
Sorry, I just have to interrupt you because I just received some very concerning information. The previous forecast did call for 7 to 11 peak feet of surge. They are now forecasting 10 to 15 feet of storm surge now.
Yep, Morgan City to the mouth of the Mississippi River, 10 to 15 feet expected now. Numbers have gone up in quite a few places. Mouth of the Mississippi River to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, including Lake Bourne, 7 to 11 feet. Intracoastal City to Morgan City, including Vermilion Bay, 6 to 9 feet there now. Rainfall, those numbers haven't changed just yet. So that stays the same. So if the possibility of this storm becoming a very strong hurricane hasn't been brought home yet, then I guess that moment was a pretty sobering one, where the National Hurricane Center now predict a 140 mile per hour peak. That's Category 4 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. They usually hedge the numbers just a little bit low, the National Hurricane Center. Sometimes. Do you think they're going high or low on this? Given the aids available to them.
The forecast peak?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
I can say something about this. So the model consensus, the last time I've heard in the chat, that was about 20 minutes ago, I think. It was 115 knots, so they're going slightly above the model consensus. But I think the consensus of actual good models that you should use for hurricane intensity are actually right about this 120 knot, 150 knot mark.
in their forecasts. So I would say they're not going conservative with the storm, but pretty much right where it should be. I'd say it's a pretty good forecast in my opinion.
So again, if you're just joining us, the news from the National Hurricane Center at the 5 p.m. advisory is that a storm surge warning and a hurricane warning is now in effect. Storm surge warning from east of Rockefeller Wildlife Refuge, Louisiana, to the Mississippi-Alabama border, including Vermilion Bay, Lake Bourne, Lake Pontchartrain, and Lake Maurepas. Hurricane warning for the coast of Louisiana from Intracoastal City to the mouth of the Pearl River, including Lake Pontchartrain, Lake Maurepas, and metropolitan New Orleans. And a tropical storm warning for the northern Gulf Coast from the mouth of the Pearl River to the Mississippi-Alabama border, and also from west of Intracoastal City to Cameron. And that they forecast a 140 mile an hour peak in the Gulf of Mexico and currently at 80.
Nathan, I have an update regarding Tropical Storm Nora. Maximum sustained winds are at 65 miles an hour. The pressure is 991. It is strengthening Nora. The NHC is saying that Nora is expected to become a hurricane on Saturday.
They're expecting a 90 mile an hour peak in 3 days.
What?
That's a what moment?
Again?
That is a what moment?
Hello?
For Tropical Storm Nora.
There's no changes in watches and warnings. Sorry. There's no changes in watches and warnings, so a hurricane watch remains in effect from Lazar Cadenas to Corrientes, Mexico. A tropical storm warning remains in effect for Tecpan de Galeana to San Blas, Mexico, and a tropical storm watch remains in effect from north of San Blas to Mazatlan, Mexico.
But that's another insane forecast, really, in a way. 90 miles per hour, and that is in just over 2 days' time, by which I think the GFS model had it dead inland. So it goes to show that there's some uncertainty going on with Nora as well, and that's still one to watch. Hurricane watches are out there for a reason, and well, even in that GFS scenario, it's a hurricane landfall, so...
I would like to read some of the NHC discussion on Ida, because I think that paints a pretty good picture on the storm. So they say the upper level outflow has expanded all over but the southwestern portion of the circulation, and the upper level wind pattern is forecast to continue to improve overnight and early Saturday. Once Ida moves past western Cuba and into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, the atmospheric environment will be consisting of high ocean heat content, low vertical wind shear, and moist, low to mid-level atmosphere. These conditions are likely to result in a period of rapid strengthening during the next 24 to 36 hours. In fact, significantly increase this cycle, and the bulk of the guidance now brings Ida to Category 4 intensity. The NHC forecast explicitly calls for rapid intensification during the next 24 to 36 hours, which is supported by several of the dynamical models. The LGEM model and high probabilities of rapid intensification indicated by the SHIPS and DTOPS rapid intensification guidance. Ida has wobbled a little right off its previous track, but the longer term motion continues to be northwestward. The steering currents remain well established, as a strong, deep layer ridge over the western Atlantic should continue to steer Ida northwestward across the Gulf this weekend. Ida will approach the western portion of the ridge after landfall, and this should result in a slower northward motion by day 3. And key messages: life-threatening storm surge and hurricane conditions are expected to continue through tonight in portions of western Cuba, including the Isle of Youth, where hurricane warning is in effect. Life-threatening heavy rains, flash flooding, and mudslides are also expected in Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, and western Cuba, including the Isle of Youth. There's a danger of life-threatening storm surge inundating Sunday along the coast. Storm surge and inundation Sunday along the coasts of Louisiana and Mississippi within the storm surge warning area. Extremely life-threatening inundation of 10 to 15 feet above ground level is possible within the area from Morgan City, Louisiana, to the mouth of the Mississippi River. Interest throughout the warning area should follow any advice given by local officials. Ida is expected to be an extremely dangerous major hurricane when it reaches the coast of Louisiana. Hurricane force winds are expected Sunday in portions of the hurricane warning area along the Louisiana coast, including metropolitan New Orleans, with potentially catastrophic wind damage possible where the core of Ida moves onshore. Actions to protect life and property should be rushed to completion.
Yep, so that's the latest information on Hurricane Ida. Further strengthening since the last update, 80 miles per hour and a pressure of 985. Let's see if we can take one or two questions before we finish up here on our coverage for now. What's going to happen in a few minutes is that those who are watching us on our live stream on YouTube, it should take you back to our automated stream, which is on 24/7. If it doesn't, you can find it on our YouTube channel, search Force 13, and it should be the first thing you see on the live part of it. But also what we're doing after this is that we are going to be starting a live discussion on our Discord server as well, where our community tend to hang out, so you can continue the conversation in there, discord.gg/force13, and that will lead up nicely to our next live event, which I think Xavier will be running at midnight UTC, the Tropical Weather Bulletin. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that, but that's...
Go ahead.
I think that's what's going to be happening anyway.
Yes, I will also be releasing a forecast cone in approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes on our Twitter handle. So do be on the lookout for that. That will be coming out at that time.
I guess the main question that we could pick up on here and get it answered pretty comprehensively is a lot of people have been comparing this storm to a lot of others. The ones that have been popping up the most, Katrina and Camille. Which one? Camille or Katrina?
Camille.
Definitely.
Camille.
Katrina was massive in size and Camille wasn't, and Ida is also not massive in size. Camille and Ida are probably relatively similar in their size, the environment, and the time of year. So several things are relatively similar with Ida and Camille, and Katrina has been a pretty different storm, especially by the beginning of its life. So definitely Camille.
More questions here as well. Will tornadoes play a part in Ida because of its landfall location and the strength of the storm and potential supercell rain bands on the HRRR model?
Yeah. I think the SPC has already issued something, but there will definitely
Marginal
be
risk.
Marginal risk. So there will likely be a risk of tornadoes in Mississippi, especially. Mostly confined to the eastern side of the storm in those rain bands. The HRRR, as I've been hearing, and also the HWRF have been hinting at possible supercells embedded in those rain bands, and those could be producing tornadoes. So, with every landfalling hurricane or tropical cyclone in the United States, especially along the Gulf Coast, you always have the threat of tornadoes, and this is no exception. Just keep an eye on those warnings when the storm comes close and those rain bands come on shore, and yeah.
And a question there, chances of Category 5? Well, National Hurricane Centre now forecasting a Category 4, so that must be over 50%. Category 5 can't be far away from at least a 1 in 3 threshold.
I'd just like to point something out real quick. Our CDPS for landfall in Louisiana has been upgraded to a stage 7, meaning that catastrophic damage in the landfall area is now possible.
It's on. It's the current CDPS rating is actually on par with what Hurricane Laura had.
Oh boy.
Landfall.
Well, it's pretty bad. Things could get a lot worse. Let's hope not. Thanks very much for the team for taking part over the last 4 hours. As I mentioned earlier, thank you so much. As I mentioned earlier, you can continue the discussion in our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and you can track the latest imagery of the storm on our automated stream. Did Ethan want to cut in?
Nope.
I did say, I don't know if Nathan mentioned this already because I was just gone for 10 minutes and of course looked at the new cone and, you know, that's nice. But needless to say, we will be here again live tonight for a tropical weather bulletin. That will be live and that will be going on at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Time.
Thank you for watching and we'll see you again soon. That's all from us for now and we'll be back pretty shortly, I imagine. Have a safe evening.